Okay. All right. What do we got? Anything weird happen over the weekend? I don't know. I don't know. Did something weird happen over the weekend? Something weird? Nah, boring. Yeah. I still can't believe this happened, to be honest with you. SpaceX went a little crazy with more footage here. But anyway, so just in case you missed it, IFT-5, the 5th Starship mission, launched over the weekend, and it got a little crazy in a good way. Here, let's just let's watch the fun from the beginning.
Pierce gives some of the final call-outs. As of right now, we are 1 minute away from liftoff.
Guys, I'll be 100% real. I don't need any links. We don't need any links. This space news, you all know exactly you all know exactly what we're doing here. You ever watch the reaction on YouTube all week? Dude, the YouTube channel popped off, long balls. I can't believe that.
Go for launch.
Yeah!
Best words you could possibly hear 20 seconds away from liftoff.
Worth noting that Europa Clipper also launched. We did cover that as well. Yeah. Just,
T-minus 5.
so this is a
4,
replay from
3,
Sunday, but
2, 1.
dude, dude,
Vehicles pitching downrange.
dude, that's crazy. Oh my goodness.
Booster after chamber pressure nominal.
"30 seconds into the flight, the rumble's just starting to reach us here at launch control.
So,
Booster.
just in case anybody is wondering what this is about. So this was a test flight. Flight 5 was a test flight of Starship and Super Heavy. This is SpaceX's next generation launch vehicle. It is the most powerful and biggest launch vehicle humanity's ever made. Oh, tile came off there. I didn't notice that before. But this test was a pretty important one because this was the first time they were going to try to attempt to recover their Super Heavy booster. The Starship system consists of two components. You have Starship, the upper stage, and Super Heavy, first stage down there. Whoa, I didn't notice that before. Guys, look at this last shot. Look at the shot up here, a little ways, hold up. Back it up a little bit. Dude, the whole stack is doing this. The whole stack's flexing a little bit. I saw it there. It was very, very subtle. But anyway. So it did launch. It made it to staging, which you'll see here in a moment. Dude, I don't even remember this point. This was a blur. This whole thing was a blur. Most engine cut off right there.
Ship engine startup.
Most engines cut off.
Stage separation.
Oh.
Booster
Stage separation. Hot stage.
Dude, I didn't notice this before. Somebody else pointed this out to me. Watch over here at hot staging.
And we might hear some really good words soon, too. All right.
Some of them were off intentionally, yes.
You can still see it.
Like those were like that.
One of the most gorgeous things I've ever seen
whatever.
in my entire life.
Booster
Coming up
cut
on
off.
hot staging next.
Now watch.
Ship engine
There's
startup.
most engines cut off.
Stage separation.
Watch over here.
Booster
Stage.
Dude, I didn't notice that before. You could see the whole Starship going away, man. Oh my goodness. I never noticed that. I didn't notice that the first time, dude. I was watching over here, but dude, look, the whole damn thing. Oh man, that's cool. Dude, oh my goodness.
Separation. Hot stage. Separation.
Yes,
confirmed.
did you see that? You see that crowd? That's ridiculous, man.
Ship
I
under its
I
own
have
power.
them,
I'm
Creeper,
seeing
but
6 out of 6
we'll hold
Raptors
off on
lit.
the links here for a second.
Hopefully,
Just-
I got a booster on the way back to me. I'm going to send it to you guys in Hawthorne.
Oh man, that was
So,
that
its way back toward.
just wow, 5 minutes ago.
watch this. This is the part that is nuts. Basically from here on out.
Yeah, and the
Okay, so once again, this is a
Nominal
replay
check.
from
I can
Sunday,
confirm
but
the command was sent for the booster to come back.
That is incredible.
SpaceX basically see that thing? That big booster right there? It doesn't look like much in this picture. There's the hot staging ring.
I'm looking up right now.
That is a
It's-
70 meter
it's-
tall, 9 meter wide booster. It's about the same height as a 23-story building. About 235 feet tall and about 30 feet wide.
Here, the liftoff. And so once again, it's successful on
Now,
time.
with
liftoff
all that,
of
with
Starship
you knowing all
Flight
that,
5.
watch what
The ship-
happens here.
Engines
Oop,
burn
back it
all
up.
of that velocity. Oh, we can see it coming down through the plume.
Coming in hot for booster catch.
I've seen it, Vasia, yeah.
And ignite 13
Remember,
of those
23-story
rockets.
building.
This view is incredible right now. You can see how fast this vehicle is moving.
I'm good,
on
Naslik.
the
How are
left
you?
hand.
23-story building.
And ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in the air.
Booster running burn shutdown.
Make a Dylan
What
pop
the
booster.
This is absolutely insane.
They caught that dang thing with their launch pad. History. No one has ever done anything even remotely like this with rockets. The closest analog would be Falcon 9, which is also SpaceX's. First try, nailed it. It is nuts. Did you see what Neil said? Neil who? It's dumb to ask. Why did they catch this one and the others land on their feet? Haji, that's a good question. A lot of people ask that. Why catch this one? Well, when you have the landing legs and stuff, they got to deploy it, right? Then they got to pick the booster up. Then they got to fold the landing legs up. Then they got to take the booster horizontal. And then they got to take the booster back to the pad. All right, it's a whole processing turnaround that takes a lot of time. This thing landing right back on the pad, right from which it came, means they can just, it grabs it, and it can set it right back down on the launch pedestal. Which is exactly what SpaceX did, believe it or not. This eliminates the need for landing legs. It eliminates the need for all these cranes that you need to put the thing back together and move it, right? This thing can just tilt, drop it right back down onto the launch pad, put a new upper stage on it. It's designed to be rapidly reusable, move around quick. You know, hopefully this enables SpaceX to fly multiple times a day with Starship, which is crazy. All you got to do is stack up 3 or 4 Starships and you're good to go. Super Heavy can do this all day. It can go up and down and up and down and up and down. Right? Look at that. That's, dude, history. That's history. That's history made right there. That is unreal. Along with the mass savings. Yeah, they don't need to pull the landing legs are on the tower, right? No landing legs on it means less rocket on your rocket, more fuel on your rocket. And the more fuel than rocket than you have on your rocket, the further your rocket can go. Or in this particular case, the heavier it can move. The heavier stuff it can move. That's right. The landing legs are right there. They're just fixed onto the tower. That's all. Which is, yeah, Dan's like, I don't know what just happened. Dan's like, I don't know what to do with my hand. Your boy's reaction was pretty crazy. So not only did Super Heavy get caught on the first try, which is crazy, but Starship, in fact, went through reentry. Check this out. It went through reentry and basically never lost connection. We got a full entry, descent, and landing image to us in real time from external views powered by Starlink, which is, guys, you can't pay for this type of optics. Not from like a public relations standpoint, but for engineering footage. Plasma interaction with vehicles is something they never, ever saw with the space shuttle, ever. You could never see this with the space shuttle. There's no cameras for it, right? Except for the Silts pod, and that was only a small-time experiments package on Columbia in the 90s. This is unmatched engineering footage. I guarantee you, just a side effect from this, we will learn a ton about plasma flow. More than we already know just from this footage. It's unbelievable to see how the plasma's interacting with the ship. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you can't pay for this type of footage, man. They did have a little bit of burn through on the wings. Just a little teeny weeny bit. You see that? But we'll get to the good stuff. Not only did this thing make it through, watch. That's looking down at the flaps. The flaps are moving to steer this thing in. Check it out. I don't know, Vulture. We'll see it. Did you see the Falcon Heavy broke the rocket velocity record for over 12 kilometers a second on the Europa Clipper mission? I did see that tweet from John. Yeah, I did. Check this out. There we go. We're upright, compensating. And check it out. There's the water. And splashdown right there. Now, not only did the thing splash down intact, right? You want to know how close the landing was? SpaceX had a buoy right next to the landing site. And you got to see the termination system go off. How's that? That green, was it underwater? Yeah, maybe. Starlink guy said only 20 milliseconds of downtime. Was it the TPS, though? I don't know what that means. That's a termination system all day, SVO. Now, things to take away. Starship landed within 100. This has got to be within, I'd say, less than 1,000 feet. Maybe 1,000 feet at best. So 400 meters, give or take. 400 meters is 1,300 feet, but whatever. Starship can precisely land. Let's just put it like that. Even with its crappy, kind of cobbled together thermal protection system on these Mark 1 starships, or these V1 starships, it can blatantly do a precise landing through reentry. I want to remind everybody here, some things to take into account. These reentry trajectories are being done with a negative perigee. Starship is never going orbital. It's not gone orbital yet. Well, not never going orbital. These missions are never going orbital. I don't think people realize how steep of a reentry trajectory Starship is actually going through right now. This reentry trajectory would have clobbered a space shuttle. Like, not even, no, it wouldn't be able to do this. It would destroy itself. The reentry trajectories that Starship will be seeing from like when it does like a routine mission in the future, the reentry trajectory will not be this steep. These are extremely steep trajectories. Probably so, I mean, you know, they're worried about the burn through with these heat shields, right? These trajectories are, once again, very steep, and it's probably over testing the heat shield on purpose. I guarantee you that. If you look at like a trajectory from a capsule even coming back, it looks nothing like this. This is a trajectory that's very similar to the external tank from the space shuttle, which never came back. You know? So, I mean, overall, a crazy mission. The FAA determined that no public safety was threatened at any point, so SpaceX can basically go ahead with Flight 6 at their leisure, from what my understanding is. And yeah, this point-to-point testing change your mind. I would think it's more trans-Earth injection, trans-Mars injection testing, but also probably point-to-point as well to an extent. How close is the reentry trajectory? How close is this reentry trajectory to Mars, 7? Overkill. This would be overkill for Mars entry, descent, and landing from a trans-Martian injection orbit. Yeah, overkill. Guys, you don't know how the difference here, trying to re-enter with a negative perigee, yeah, that would destroy a space shuttle. Normally, when ships and spacecraft deorbit, they usually do about a 50 to 60 meters a second burn, and that doesn't bring the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, across the surface. It's up in the air. And they fly on as shallow a trajectory as possible. 2 reasons for this. 1, don't liquefy your crew with G-forces. Any lower perigee and yeah, you're gonna be picking up your crew with a sponge inside of the capsule. Second part, if you get a capsule back, this steep trajectories would, once again, it would obliterate a space shuttle. It would obliterate a capsule. Even the Apollo capsule coming in did not fly this steep of a reentry. No chance. It skipped off the atmosphere to avoid this exact problem. So once again, I think SpaceX is really stressing their stress testing their heat shield as kind of a secondary objective here. But once again, the primary objective was this, I think, from this mission. And man, did it do it. Oh my goodness. I still can't believe this happened. This is a dream, dude. As long as the crew member's name is Bob. Yep. Quick observation. I think the booster quick disconnect started leaking. I don't know if that's on purpose or not, Ryzen. I talked to Alex, my counterpart over at NSF. Or my coworker, I guess, not counterpart. I think Alex is smarter than me. Anyway, I was talking to him over there, and from what it looked, he was telling me that might be normal. And what he cited, which is very interesting, what he cited is that you cast your mind back to Starhopper and SN4 and SN5. They had these big flamethrowers coming out the side. That might be on purpose. It's possible. I thought the quick disconnect broke. If you go back and look at my reaction footage, I was like, that's broken. That's not supposed to be doing that. But it might be on purpose. It might be on purpose. The last booster was also leaking. Yeah, that might be a thing. I also noticed if you really want to be technical, we go back and look at the Starship flight test footage, right? Also, you go back and look at this. The booster quick disconnect is venting during separation. Watch. So watch here. Watch the quick disconnect. See it right there? You can actually see it right through the grid fin. Why not vent on top? Now, Ryzen, I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe because of how the plumbing is set up with the autogenous pressurization. The buoy from Flight 4 showed that. That's right, Jordan. So I always thought that might be wrong, but I thought that it might be wrong during the flight, but apparently that's normal. And once again, if Alex says that's something that happens, I'd believe him. He knows his stuff. Like, watch, see? Look, see it right there? It's definitely venting there. I'm not sure why, but it's definitely doing it. It is definitely doing it. Also, I still can't believe you could see all of the ship right there with 6 engines blaring. That's pretty freaking cool, man. That's some sci-fi stuff right there, dude. Watch over here. I didn't notice this the first time, but dude. That's so sick. Oh, that's so cool. Oh my goodness. You can vent a little bit, Sawyer. You don't want to vent a lot, but yeah. You see that? I missed that the first time. Oh yeah. Yeah. Here, look. SpaceX, SpaceX PRT, public relations team. Oh man, that's cool, dude. Look at that spaceship. Look at that spaceship, man. That's awesome. That's so cool. 6 engines burning, baby. It's freaking sick, dude. It's so cool. Yeah, maybe Oculus. Who knows? I, that's, dude, I got nothing to say. Oh, this is so, that's so freaking cool, dude. You're not gonna, like, once again, you can't test this on the ground. There's no arc jet that's big enough to test reentry on this scale. The fact that we could see it completely uninterrupted is just what a day. And then this is coming from Dan Hewitt. He's one of the commentators on SpaceX's casts. Look. There it is. SpaceX put it back down on the pad, attached the quick disconnect to it, and brought it back. They actually, very recently, like an hour or two ago, they brought this sucker back down. Oh, yeah. Take a look. They brought it, not back down from the air. They brought it back down from the air on Sunday, but there it is. Now, once again, I want to be very clear. And once again, this is coming from our buddies over at Starbase Live. That thing, this thing right here, behind my melon, that skyscraper, that's what they just caught. Like, I know the vast majority of you guys probably understand what that means, but just in case there's some uninitiated folks here, that right there is what just flew into space. That's the thing that I just showed, that picture of Starship flying away. It was taken from that thing. That was in space. This thing, that whole damn thing. It's a 23-story building. Look at it. It's as tall as the hangars. I mean, well, not as tall as the hangars. You know what I mean. Look at the people walking next to it, man. Like, dude, I know what... Yeah, Neil, that's really it, dude. I know what this means. I still can't believe it. Wait, what? They caught a booster? Yeah, RC, right? Yeah, unreal. Yeah, it did get a little bit damaged, right? Yeah, on one of the strakes, or chines, I think they call it chines. It did get a little bit damaged. I'm not sure why. That happened during landing. You can see it actually come apart. But I just look at it, man. Also, sweet Mack truck right there. How many wheels you want? Yeah. Look on the right side of the road. Yeah, look at all the people, dudes. There are COPVs under those chines, Travis. Those COPVs that are in there are there for housing the pneumatic systems to restart engines. Raptors have a spin starter, a pneumatic spin starter. Basically, if you take compressed air and you shoot it at a fan and the fan goes zzz, basically that. It's a little more complicated than that, but yeah, that's the idea. Dude, that thing was in space. This thing right here. And there's also CO2 for fire suppression, right? Yeah, exactly. There's a CO2 for the suppressors in there as well. Yep. You saw them snuff the flames out with the ullage. So it's kind of turbocharged. I mean, Dr. Gnome, the pre-burners in Raptor are basically turbos. They're just not turning in a charger. They're turning an impeller, right? They're not turning a compressor. They're turning an impeller, hence turbo pump. Turbopumps are just a jet engine with no compressor. You have a gas generator that uses liquid fuel and oxidizer instead. And your gas generator turns a turbine, and that turbine is attached to a fluid impeller. Now, Raptors are a little bit more spicy than that, but that's the general idea. It's not a turbocharger. It's a turbopump. It's a fuel pump that's being actuated by a jet engine. Most liquid fuel rocket engines do that. Yeah. Cool, huh? It's actually more like the air starter on an old Mac. Yeah, baby. Mack trucks back in the day used to have an air starter. That's actually super cool. I don't know if the COPV popped, Travis. It's probably just a leak. I don't think it popped. If it popped, the explosion would have been a lot more violent than that. But, dude, that thing flew into space. That thing's been into space. Now, okay, here's the other thing. We went back and looked at the footage just a second ago, and chat was telling me a little bit earlier, it did not make it into space. The booster's apogee, highest point in its travel, was 96 kilometers. The universally regarded kind of area for space, like that's where the universally kind of regarded line for space is 100 kilometers. Or about, what is that, like 330,000 feet? It didn't make it. You know what? I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I'm saying it went into space. You can tell me I'm wrong every time. I don't care. Space adjacent. I'm saying it made it into space. We'll use the Air Force's, the U.S. Air Force's definition. Everybody kind of knows that it's about 100 kilometers, right? Or about 62 miles. The Air Force, the U.S. Air Force has a lower thing because they wanted X-15 pilots to have astronaut wings in the 50s and the 60s. So the Air Force is 52 miles. We'll use their definition. It went to space, okay? Cope, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. It made it into space. All right, Chief. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Oh, dude. Dude, shut up. Don't tell me to cope. Dude, look at that thing. That thing made it into, that thing was in space, dude. That is the single biggest thing ever recovered from space intact or space adjacent, right? The hot staging left a mark on the top of the booster. Mark. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yeah, there you go, Nicholas. If the space police says it's right, it's right. Look at that. And now if we go a little bit further, right? Look at this thing. Send some people up to inspect the top up there. Look at the people are about the size of my mouse cursor in this picture. That's about how tall somebody is in the picture here. Those grid fins are about the size of a truck box, which is big. Wait a minute. Yo, the red F-250 is there. You could just see the back of it right there. Yeah, baby. Now that's a truck. This is America. Be 50 miles. Count it. Yep. I'm counting it. 23-story building house. Yeah, it's 230 feet tall. Cut it up. Are they going to scrap the booster? I don't know, dude. Yep, that guy's looking at the pins. He's looking at the pins. That's what hooked this whole dang thing right there. You gotta be kidding me. I still can't believe this. I can't believe. Can I watch? Just. I just. My God, I can't stop watching, dude. I haven't seen any more footage released, Yumfood. I'll have to check, but I've been playing Satisfactory for the past couple of hours, so I know last night they released an onboard, which is just even, dude. I can't stop watching this. I don't know what the heck that's about. I've watched this footage 1,000 times, dude. I'm telling you, I was doing the opposite of whatever doom scrolling is, just looking for more super heavy landing footage, and then SpaceX treated us to this last night. Like, yeah, Hermit, I've seen it. Man, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Dude.
this is space. I'm in space.
EJ, they would do it again. You just wait. They're going to do it again. Of course they're going to do it again, man. Flight 6. I'm telling you. Next month. I'm telling you right now. Flight 6. Actually, Flight 6 is going to happen sooner rather than later. Start looking to see if they take the, which one is it? 31? It would be 31 now, right? They're going to, dude, Flight 6 is going to happen. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. I talked about this at the very beginning of the stream, dudes. All right. I look at this and I go, why isn't everyone doing this? That's such a good idea. Like, that's so, dude, it's so easy. It just slips right into the pins. You call it a day. Why isn't everyone doing this? And then I realized that it's SpaceX and they make this look ridiculously easy. What's going on in this actual thing here is not easy to do. Click, you know, whatever. They still have to replace the whole heat shield on ship 31. Screw it. Send it again. I don't care. Send it. Doesn't need a heat shield. Whatever. After this success, you think that they'll ramp up production? Maybe another factory? Why build one when you can have two at twice the price? Yes, I do, regular. Yeah. How does the arms know where the pins are? I'm telling you. Once Bill Gerstenmaier, I was skeptical of this. I was super skeptical. I'll admit it. Once Bill Gerstenmaier, who's the VP of Flight Reliability at SpaceX, says that IFT-4 landed with 0.5 centimeter precision, I'm like, yeah, okay. They'll land it. They'll get it. I'm 100% convinced. You would not say that unless you were absolutely sure. I mean, come on. How often do you see people in the spaceflight industry speak with conviction like that? Oh, yeah, sub-centimeter. We'll get it. Like, and then this. Just click. Okay. Yeah, on the record. On record, which is, all right. Yeah, right? Then it's kind of crazy. First reuse booster, called it. Yeah, maybe, man, maybe. Next big challenge is catching the ship. T-Man, based off of what I saw from Flight 5, they'll catch it. They'll catch the ship. The ship did a translation maneuver. It did a translate maneuver. Just like this with Super Heavy, right there. That's why it kind of looked like it was moving parallel to the water and then kind of stopped and then tipped over. They'll catch the ship. I'm pretty damn sure they're going to catch that sucker. That grid fin got messed up. That's fine. What I want is more buoy cam. Me too. Ship has ball socket. It's a much harder target to catch. Put pins on it. Whatever. V2, according to Elon, solves the melty fin, so there might be a few more flights. What are these hooks made of? Stainless. It's just stainless steel. It's very strong, thick stainless steel, but it's there. Now, once again, SpaceX has more. They had more footage too, like this one. Yeah, headphone users for a second. You might want to, yeah, headphone users. Sorry about that. You might want to, you know. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? Dude, that's some Star Wars stuff right there, man. Forget sci-fi. That's some space fantasy stuff. Like, what the heck? What the actual frick? That actually works. How does that even happen? Yeah, I don't have anything to say. Look at that picture. Oh my gosh. It's like the Saturn V tower cam on steroids. What the heck is even that? Or not chill. That's wild. When I was driving home yesterday, it hit me how huge what we saw was. Apollo 4, but everything came back, right? Right? Dude. Close, but it's not Apollo cool. You don't think so, Metal? Okay, all right. It's maybe not as good as Apollo during liftoff, but maybe I can tempt you with some landing footage from the same angle, perhaps. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Oh, man. Saw it live and it was pretty cool. Loco Texan is crazy, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you're at a Top Fuel event reactor, hell yeah, man. Oh, believe me, I've heard that noise before. I just, dude, I can't get over how ridiculous this actually is. That's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy that it did that. That's crazy. Hey, Anish, what's going on? It's all over the screen. What do I do? Get! Clean it. Clean the screen. The soot everywhere. Is this launch of the decade? I don't know. I think that when we get a Starship and a super heavy back, Travis, I think that'll supersede this. Rudy, what are you saying? The Artemis Discord server found a way to undermine the booster catch. Kind of sad that there's space fans like that praying for them to fail. I don't know what they're on about, dude. Let them do their thing. They like their rocket. But I'll just generally remind everybody, Rudy, it's okay to like more than one rocket. I love SLS, but also I don't hate that. That's pretty good. That's pretty neat. I think that's some type of pneumatic system venting down or something. Which is the one that's, yeah, thanks, Creeper. I think this is the one from the exact same angle. That one was kind of off. What the? Oh, how long do you figure Starship with passengers? End of the decade. Then just end of the decade. At this rate, dude. Guys, I got nothing. I usually have some pretty good technical insight on this, but I think this one speaks for itself. I don't think I need to explain this unless you guys have any questions. That's ridiculous. I just can't believe the pressure wave from this thing, like... Yeah, guys, that cloud right there is the Ascent plume, by the way, just in case anybody was wondering. This cloud is the cloud that it left on the way up. Did you see the view from the grandstands with the sonic boom wave? I did. Yeah, that's the Ascent. That's the cloud that was left from Ascent. Yeah, I got a question. How? Physics, man. Physics. When do you think we see Starship's first Starlink mission? Soon. Probably next year. Yeah, Zeke, and you saw it too. The inner ring goes out like that, and when those engines shut off, you see the outer 10 engine, the middle ring of 10, it moves out to give these things more control authority. Do you think it'll be more efficient for Super Heavy to be caught downrange? No. No, regular. The whole point of this is that it gets right back to the launch site for rapid turnaround. I don't think downrange is going to be a thing. Not at least for a little while. And if it does, it's going to be a hop to an oil rig launch platform, dude. I think IFT6 is going to be a repeat. Now you got to prove that you can do it again, Inish. You got to prove that this can happen again. Yeah, the quick disconnect definitely started spewing stuff out, and you could see it's auto combusting from the heat given off by these motors, which is crazy. I don't know. I think no, Yarg. I think IFT6 is going to be a repeat of this flight, to be honest with you. No, I haven't seen the WB-57 footage, Nicholas. I don't know if it's out. It certainly gives you confidence that they might just be able to pull off all the refueling missions Starship will need. Paul, I think they'll do it, man. They set this thing down. They set it down on the pad. They demonstrated full turnaround for the most part, at least a good portion of full turnaround right off the bat on the first try. When do you think the first booster is going to be reused? Give it some time. What do you think would be next in line from SpaceX? IFT6? For reusing the booster? IFT7? Yeah, maybe. Oh, Nicholas, that's what you're saying. Yeah, in the original landing footage, this one right here, you could see the contrail from the WB-57. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man. Did you see the NSF slow-mo footage from Jay? I have. We can show it in a second. No, Eric, I didn't watch the whole thing. I don't think they're going to be reusing these guys. I think they're just going to get them back and use them for analysis. But, dude, just like they did with Falcon 9 1.1, they really didn't reuse any of those. I mean, they reflew one, and then they switched to 1.2, right? Tower 2 should be done in 2 or 3 months, yeah. That tower was just designed to lift the ship, by the way. It also happens to catch the booster. It's designed to build the stack, Biscuit. It's designed to build the whole thing. Yeah, I think maybe we might get a reflight from this one. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. It's possible. I can't believe that. What the I'm sorry, like, I'm trying to come up with something poignant to say, but I just find myself just watching this again and again. Oh my goodness. Any activity since they set it back down on the pad? It's back at the hangar, dude. They brought it back to the build site. Here, let me back it up, I'll show you. See it back there? Like I said, you want some scale. That thing. It just... This thing is the thing that flew into space. Yeah, that thing right there. That's... Yeah, they moved it into the Mega Bay. How jacked do you think Jeff is? I think Jeff thinks this is cool, if you really want my honest opinion, Brandon. I think he thinks that's freaking sweet. I think he wants his rocket to do it next. I'm betting IFT-7 will be the turnaround test. 2 flights, 2 catches, 1 booster. Yeah, probably Wong.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Quick question. Why do the rails pause and then drop down? I thought it was supposed to dampen the fall. That's what it's doing. Those are the dampers activating, crazy. Yeah, it's just dropping it down. It's dissipating any momentum left from the booster. Or inertia left over from the booster. Did you see the footage of it landing in Tim's stream? I think it's the best footage recorded of reentry out there. I haven't seen Timmy's footage yet, but I can't watch it on stream. He doesn't want his stuff restreamed. NSF I'm good with, but yeah, I haven't seen it just yet. I can get you some NSF footage like this though. Does that help?
Are we coming up on that?
Does this help? We can look at this. Dude, what the heck? Oh my goodness. It's something pressurized inside of the chine thendis. I think it had a pneumatic leak and it popped off during landing right there. Also, Flight 6 vehicles are being worked on the OK. Yep. Dude, I think that 6 is going to happen a lot sooner than we think, dudes. It's going to happen a lot sooner. Do you think they'll get approval to land Starship in Boca after re-entry over the U.S.? If they can prove that it's not a endangerment to public safety, Endo, sure, why not? I think the dampers dampen engine shutoff mostly. Indeed, Vasya, yeah, I think that's right. It's just to dissipate any inertia left over. Dude, what? Think regulatory approval will happen quickly now? They already have approval for Flight 6, SVO. As long as Flight 6 is an exact copy of this, they'll have approval for it, and I think they're going to. They proved that you could do it once. Prove you could do it again. The real question is, will you be there for 6? If we get more than a week's notice, sure, why not? I can't believe this. I can't. I mean, I could just sit here and watch this all day. You need to top your Falcon Heavy growl. Dude, I let out a but the compressor blew it out in the reaction stream. The microphone compressor, I blew out the compressor. I'm sorry. I blew out the damn compressor. Frick. I let out a pretty awesome metal scream and it didn't do anything. Look, here, check it out. This gets loud. I hate watching me.
Ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can
Come
see
on.
those chops.
Come on, baby. Bring it on home.
Come on in! Come on in!
Yeah! Shit! Oh my goodness! That's the better get bigger, do it better! What are you betting? Flight 6 or New Glenn first? Oh, I'm not sure, Ray. What do you think, dude? Yeah, Dan losing it is what makes it. I also have that as a drummer actually clip the noise here. Listen. Flight 6. Everybody says Flight 6. Damn. What did he say? I don't know. Does it matter? It's probably something along the lines of what I said. There's a video of somebody who lives off the coast of where Starship re-entered, and he recorded video of Starship re-entering. I don't know if you saw it. I haven't seen that, MXR. No. But please make that a tip soundbite. Yep. Who do you think you are? I am. I did it. We did it right. We did it right. What the heck is even that? That needs to be in Jack's intro to streams for NSF. To be fair, that's what we were all thinking. Yep. Dan says, there's the booster. We caught it. I think. Yeah, maybe. Isn't most of the hardware ready for Flight 6? Okay, so what chat was telling me is that the next Starship still needs all of its tiles redone. That's going to take some time, but I personally, I think just take whatever Starship you have that's mostly completed and send it. Super Heavy, getting flight data on Super Heavy and bringing Super Heavies back is much more important right now. That's the most important thing. Starship doesn't work. Starship becomes a ridiculous bloated space shuttle program if Super Heavy can't be caught. They have to get that right, which is once again why they took a huge risk in doing this, but actually did it. You know what I mean? About 4 weeks, you reckon? Yeah, some of the nozzles on this thing got a little over under on 7.5 flights of Starship. I think they'll do it pending regulatory approval, unless they go straight to ship 33. Remember, Flight 6 has to be a direct copy, though, Phil, so there's a lot of changes there. Question, how do you think they will cool the engines to prevent warping during re-entry? By doing it more and figuring out a way to do it better? Seriously. There's so many unknown unknowns here. You don't know where you need to put thermal protection until you get one back, which is why I bet you SpaceX's engineers are probably looking at down in here and seeing what got scorched. You know, you're not going to know until you do this more. They didn't know where to put the right thermal protection system on Falcon 9 until Block 5 rolled around. You know what I mean? Sorting out the thermal protection down here is not insurmountable. They could end up doing supersonic retropropulsion, which, I mean, old trick, but a good trick at this point. That'll work. That'd definitely do it. Wouldn't need a long burn. Did you hear the hot staging ring sonic boom? It's at plus 730 on the SpaceX stream. I didn't hear it, SpaceXZ, but yeah, people were telling me. Hey, Dave, what's going on, man? Send a couple of the warped engines to McGregor. Yep. And if they go straight to 33, those changes will be approved earlier. Booster data stays the same. That might be what's... I mean, Phil, that now that you mention it, that's probably what I would do. I would either send the next Starship just as it is right now, or push for Block 2. You know? Do you think just the 3 center engines would be enough to keep it cool? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that might be enough. I don't know. That's just off the top of my head. Hey, Ian, what's going on? I think you can see the ring in the background of this footage. Somewhere. No, maybe not this footage. I looked for a while, couldn't see it. NSF got that hot stage ring sonic booms at the Starbase on the Starbase update. Cool, cool. How would they catch the Starship without damaging the tiles near the catch holes? I don't know, MXR. I don't have an answer for you there. I mean, honestly, 100% just put those stupid pins on there and put some tiles on it. But yeah, I mean, you'd scrape up the tiles on the sides. Make a tile that can handle getting punched, you know? Maybe? I don't know. I'm throwing out ideas. Just put it underneath the flaps. Yeah, maybe. Or build your structural carrier right into the flaps so you don't have to touch the TPS. Folding out pins, probably, Ryzen. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, but a fold-out pin is going to compromise structure. Do you remember them testing extendable pins? I think they tested that a while ago. Yeah, I mean, deployable pins seem to be the only thing, right? Because you got to be careful with that thermal protection system. Telescoping pins out from the current lift points. Yeah, like a pin that slides out sideways like that. That might do it. The NSF vid with the hot staging ring. All right, let's take a look. Oh, man, that thing hit the ground fast. Is this Jack's footage? Holy shnikes. Excuse me. Yak. That's my boat. Catch it offset 90 degrees. Or go back to the simple landing feet. Yeah, that could do it. For now. Look at these footage. Unfreaking real, man. Unreal. He is one talented melon farmer, I'll say that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, niche for sure. Yeah, if it was Ryan Hansen, dude. How about Ryan Hansen's renders MXR? Isn't that something? Dude. You guys want to know where all those super chats and everything go that you do if you follow the NSF stream? You super chat, you gift memberships, it goes to getting footage like this. Some of the equipment that filmed this is not cheap. But also, you want to know where most of that goes? Like, there you go. You know, dude, unbelievable. I don't, dude. I don't have anything to add. That is the craziest thing. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Yeah, maybe Elvish, maybe. Yeah, right, Bezon? Yeah, it's like the arms close and it kind of just shimmies into position. Dude, I don't got nothing. I got nothing, man. That's just what the actual snot is happening here. Like, okay. Aqualux, I think putting pins on the sides like super heavy isn't as crazy of an idea as you might think. It's out of the plasma jet. We saw it. We saw it from the reentry. It's out of the plasma jet. You could put pins there. I'm pretty sure. Mechanical poetry biscuit. Yeah. Can you believe that? Yeah, CO. Can you believe that? Not only did they catch it, they set it back down on the OLM, which is that's a pretty damn impressive thing to do in itself. Right? They set it down on the OLM and hooked up the booster quick disconnect, repressed it, purged it, safed it, and then brought it back to the build site. That last bit of stuff right there, all that other stuff that happened after this is amazing. You're playing with house money at that point. Like, dude, they proved the recycle. They proved the whole system out. This thing being able to set a landed booster back down on the OLM is huge. That is a big deal. That's a big deal. There's a lot of precision involved with that, which is why they had their guide pins to do it. But it did it without the damn guide pins. Yeah. That means the OLM works too. Yeah, can you believe that? Dude, what the frick is going on? This is like a fever dream, dude. Like, am I stronking? Am I having a stronk right now? This is ridiculous. That actually happened. What is the OLM? This thing, the donut, Duff, the orbital launch mount. It's the donut right here. So, dude, there's 20 hold down points on that arm. There's 20 kind of arms that are on the inner ring of the donut, right? Kind of looks like a sphincter or something. They took this booster, shimmied it into position, set it down on this, and then reconnected the umbilical, which automatically with nobody there. That's huge. Dude, no one does that. No one does that. This, you guys got to remember, catching the booster aside, you have ground service equipment here that can put together a rocket stack without anybody near it. The quick disconnects can latch themselves. They home in on the target with locator pins and pick, lock right in. This is an autonomous pad. Compare that to like other vehicles where you have a bunch of people, hand connecting all the umbilicals, right? Because that's how they work. And then they bolt them down with explosive bolts, right? This thing could put together a stack without anybody near it. It does integration basically automatically, which, once again, that is ridiculous in itself. Like, even if this was just a thing without full reuse, that's pretty damn impressive. But the fact that they got one back and it did the exact same thing and placed it right back down on the pad, and then they hooked up the quick disconnect and safed the thing to be brought back to the build site is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. Harry has new photos of the ring. You can see the mounts are extended after the catch. My guess is that they repressed with nitrox, or not even nitrox, nitrogen, John, if I had to guess. The new Pad B OLM will be interesting to see, right? They didn't repressurize, Rob. No, they repressed it with purged. They purged it out. They purged it out. They repressed it with inert gas. I should have chosen my words carefully, but sorry, that I can't even speak straight. My brain's going way faster than my mouth can go, you know? Faster. Great. Lovely. It's yeah, unfreaking believable. And this footage from NSF is just amazing. If the shower head thing works so well, why a flame trench on the other one? A flame trench solves your retention pond and wastewater discharge problems cooking because all the water just ends up in the bottom of the pad. It's a retention pond and a pad deluge system. Can you explain how much fuel the rocket is actually supposed to carry? I'm concerned that the weight of that extra fuel for a round trip is weighing it down. What do you mean, Linux? Weighing it down? How would it be weighing it down? Will Raptor 3 be using combusted propellant for autogenous pressurization? It's a tap-off, Anish, not combusted propellant. Combusted propellant is mixing fuel and oxidizer and putting it back in the tank. That's a no-no. Don't do that. It's a tap-off. The methane tank needs gaseous methane. The oxidizer tank needs gaseous oxygen. You don't put anything else in those except for nitrogen to purge them out. But even then, you don't want that during flight. The chines in the close-up of the booster got so heated that the metal started to wrinkle and it gives it a sort of Damascus texture. Yeah, my guy. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's cool. So Linux, what do you mean weight? I'm assuming you need twice the amount of fuel for liftoff and falling down. No. Do you think they'll cryo test booster 12? Yeah, rankly, I do. I absolutely do. All right. Hang on. Time out, fellas. Hold off on the questions for a second. Linux, let me answer your question. No, you don't. You do not need nearly as much fuel to send this thing up as you do down, okay? Bear with me here. When it launches, you got a full tank of gas, right? You have a full oxidizer tank and a full methane tank. Flip that. The methane tank is up high, okay? That's because you got a 200-ton spaceship on top, right? So you need more fuel doing that, right? If you're in a car and you add 1,000 pounds of weight on the car, you're not gonna be able to get as good fuel economy, right? Because you have 1,000 pounds of weight. Rockets kind of work like that, dude, but you got to remember, it's not weight, it's mass, right? Because where the rocket goes, there's no weight, right? Because you go up into space, there's no weight up there, but you have mass, all right? So we got to talk mass here. That's important to understand. So you need a full tank of gas to push the entire mass of a fully fueled Starship and its payload up in the air, right? And then when you're sort of low on fuel, right? Here, we'll go right through the footage. I'll explain this. This is really important to understand. And this is rocket science, right? It's a little complicated, right? So you need a full tank of methane and a full tank of oxygen, right? You do not need the same amount of fuel to come back down. That's Falcon 9, but bear with me here. Now, watch over here, right? If we play the footage, X video being an X video again.
Now it sounds like.
All right. Now watch. See, the booster is draining its fuel right there. You can see the fuel go down, right? Now, when we get up to staging, right? Look, there's only a little bit of fuel left, seemingly, right? But you got to remember, you know, you don't have all 33 engines firing. You have 13, but 13 engines is enough to move this. Even if it has just a little bit of fuel left over, it's enough to move it very, very fast. You're very efficient now. Now you don't have that 1,000 pounds of weight in our proverbial car that we're talking about here. You don't have that anymore. So the car could go a lot further. You get a lot better fuel efficiency, so to speak. Now, just in case anybody doesn't know me, I know what specific impulse is. I know how the Delta V formula works. I know all about that. I'm trying to keep it simple, just in case anybody's wondering, okay? So Check this out, Linux. You don't have much fuel left, but you don't need a lot because the first stage is a lot lighter. It doesn't have this big, gigantic Starship sitting on top of it, right? See, all of that, that's a lot of extra mass. That's your weight right there, okay? It's over there, EJ. That's all that extra weight that we're talking about. You don't need as much. Now, I know what you're going to ask. How the heck are you going to land with no fuel? Well, you don't need a lot, because you're not landing much comparatively to when you lift off. The mass of all the fuel that it needed to get up there, you don't have to worry about moving that, which is why they don't need 33 engines anymore, right? And also, you don't have the Starship on top. So how does this thing use that little amount of fuel to come back and land? Well, aerodynamics have a lot to do with it, okay? So check this out. We'll just watch this in relative real time. So you see the boosters coming back, right? And check it out. The boosters just shut down there. This is a great shot of Starship. You can see Starship is still accelerating over here and it's using fuel. The booster has a little teeny weeny bit of fuel left, but that's all you need. You don't need much. Now, if you notice, the booster is starting to fall back down to Earth. It's starting to accelerate, right? Because it's past its highest point. You know, Earth is going to try to pull you back in. The key is to go fast enough so it doesn't pull you back in. And that's what Starship is trying to do right now. Now, what the booster's doing right here is just, it's purging out the engines and basically getting them reprimed and ready to fire again. That's what all this outgassing is. It's priming the engines. It's basically getting them ready to go. It purges everything out, and then you prime the plumbing again, ready to go. All right, cool. So, Linux, check this out here, dude.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Pi. I'm just going over some basic Delta V. So, Linux, check this out. You don't need much. Because here, so I know what you're going to ask. Well, okay, how's that little amount of fuel going to bleed off 3,200 kilometers an hour? That's, what is that, 2,000 miles an hour? That's a lot. Isn't that fast, EJ? Well, yeah, absolutely. So check this out. As the rocket comes back down, it starts to get back into the atmosphere. More air gets in the way. Equal and opposite reactions. We're talking physics here. If air's getting in the way, the rocket needs to push the air out of the way. And that force pushing the air out of the way is going to cause drag. Now watch. See? Look, it starts to slow down. See what I mean? As the rocket gets further into the atmosphere, it starts decelerating. It's doing that without the rocket engines. The rocket engines aren't on. They kind of look like they are. But a byproduct of coming back down, and I said that the rocket is hitting, it's running into that air. What happens is when it runs into the air gets compressed on the bottom of the vehicle. And when you, in physics, per what's called the ideal gas law, when you compress gas, it gets hot. And when you decompress gas, it gets cold. And Linux, I don't know if you've ever shot a paintball gun, right? You know, anybody? Speedball? You mess with a paintball gun before? You fire it really, really quickly. The tank, the CO2 tank gets really cold. Same thing. That's the ideal gas law doing its thing, right? Now, because the booster is coming down so fast and it's decelerating, it's causing crazy amounts of drag, the air is actually getting compressed up on the front of the business end of the vehicle. And when that air gets so ridiculously compressed, it starts to get so hot that super heavy rips the air molecules apart. They ionize, they release their ions, right? That's not exactly what it's called. It's called ionization. When air molecules ionize, it creates plasma. You can actually see the front of that thing getting hot, or the business end, I should say. That's what that glow is. It's trading its kinetic energy for heat right now, for heat energy, because the air is getting in the way and it's slowing it down. Now, if you notice, the booster is also kind of tilted, right? It looks like it's falling this way, but the booster is pointed over here somewhere. It's using those chines on the bottom, the thing that had the part get ripped off, it's using those to generate lift like an airplane. That little amount of lift gives you a little bit more flight time to be able to bleed off most of this speed. Look at how fast they're going when they ignite the engines for landing. Dude, look at the glow. That's plasma accumulating in the engines, in and around the engines. It's not what you want, but see? Look. It bled off 1,500. No, it was 3,500. It bled off 2,500 kilometers an hour. Now Super Heavy, it doesn't have much fuel left, but all it needs to do is negate out 1,000 kilometers an hour. Now, I know what people are going to say. Oh, yeah, just negate out 1,000 kilometers an hour, EJ. What is that, 600 miles an hour? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll just do that. Or remember, it has enough thrust to push the whole thing upwards. Oh, we got enough engines. There's enough engines here to do the thing. Now, do you have enough fuel? Yeah, sure. You don't need much. You don't need much. You just got to bleed off 600 miles an hour. That's nothing for these things. For 13 Raptor engines, that's nothing. That's not at all anything. Watch. And look, they don't even need the outer 10. They shut them down. And now they're just on 3. So now you're using even less fuel. So basically, when the booster comes back down, you're only sipping what fuel is left. There's nothing in there. You can tell from the frost on the vehicle. There's no fuel in these tanks. I mean, there is. There's a little bit. In fact, I think they had way more residual. I think there's a huge margin there. But if you go back a little ways, right, and see the frost lines on the booster, that's how you can tell how much fuel you have left. Linux, you don't land with anything. You don't land with any fuel. I mean, you have like maybe 1 to 2% fuel left at best. And I think, once again, I think SpaceX over-engineered it. I think they had way too much fuel left over. That's why they had to put the booster back down on the OLM and get all of the fuel out of it, what was left. Right? Does that make sense, dude? You don't need as much to get up there as you need to get down. Right? Because the atmosphere helps you out there. But engineering is always a trade-off. It's always a trade-off. You can use the atmosphere to slow down, but now you're introducing heat. You're trading your kinetic energy, which is your movement, for heat energy here. So you better have some way to either A, absorb that heat, or B, bleed the heat off. Thanks. I didn't take into account the air drag coming down and the weight loss and the change in gravity. Should have known this because I have a PhD in quantum physics, so I will quietly perform the walk of shame. There's no stupid questions as long as you're coming from an honest place, dude. No, it's all good. It's the drag, right? Dude, yeah. If any Kerbal player knows exactly what this is doing, and that's why Starship has those chines at the bottom. That's why it has those, and that's why New Glenn has that big freaking wing. So it has more cross range. It can spend more time in the atmosphere. So you need less fuel for landing, right? Pretty cool, huh? Also, quantum physics is pretty cool. Hey, where's that electron? Oh, it's over there now. All right, I'm going to try to look at... Oh, nope, it's back over there. Am I right? Yeah. Crazy. Good question, though, dude. Absolutely. Anyway, hit me with those questions again, dudes. I was... Okay, crazy train. Sorry, I'm still confused. At 11:10, it looks like the rails don't move at all, and the arms bend instead. Then after a second, it moves down. They might not have the timing exactly right, dude. Don't worry. Whatever timing changes that they needed to switch up here, they've probably fixed already. Why do you think it returned with significant fuel? Lack of payload or making sure no fueling issue for landing burn? Conservative parameters all day, Paul. All day. Conservative parameters, dude. Better have it and not need it than need it and not have it, right? Because if you need it and not have it, this booster ends up in that sand dune over there. I'll bet you they overfilled for what they needed on purpose and adjusted the trajectory. That's what I would do, right? You don't want to risk. Remember, you're risking the entire pad here. Why would you try to dial in your fuel margin when you don't know what this thing does? Give it some extra just to be sure, right? In the flap shot of the recent SpaceX post, you could see the effect hot stages have on the bottom edge of the flap. Cool. I'll check it out, man. By the way, the early flights of SN5 and SN6 really helped with managing the Raptor TBC. Absolutely. Feels like we were watching Apollo. Yeah, dude. It's for sure, man. Absolutely. It's okay. In quantum mechanics, you just ignore gravity anyway. Yeah, that's right. Do you think Raptor 3 will survive with no shielding? It's possible, Paul. Sure, man. I wish Thunderfoot heard you. He can think whatever he wants, dude. I don't let that guy steal my oxygen, you know what I'm saying? That's a good one. All right. Dropping the rails doesn't line up with the impact, but it seems to line up with the engine turning off. Yeah, Tabik, exactly. It might be a little bit of a timing tweak, but I think those things come down with shutting the engines off. The reason why you'd have to dampen that out is because of, well, where you're pushing versus pulling on the booster, right? When the engine's shut down, if you're on those pins, right, you're stretching the entire booster, right? The booster is going to stretch. Why? Because you're hanging it as opposed to pushing it from the bottom. Everything is a spring to an extent, guys. The booster can stretch and contract just a little bit, probably like, I don't know, this much. You want to make sure that when you shut these motors down, right, and the pins really take over, that you don't stretch this whole thing to the point where a tank's going to break, right? That's what those dampers, I think, are for. I think that's a good point, Tabak. Yeah. And the newer engines are more efficient and much lighter. Yep. 600 tons is a lot of extra. Yeah, you ain't kidding. Did you see that the RFA post? The EU is cooked. I've seen it, Baron. We can discuss it in a little bit. I'd argue that there are stupid questions. They're just on a scale from 1 to phlegm. What's your favorite color of the alphabet? I said as long as you're coming from a place of innocence and genuinely want to know, I'll teach you whatever you want. If you come in here, Zelda, and ask questions like that, I'm going to give you banana as your answer. Yep, banana. It looks like the EU started like something like the Commercial Orbital Transport Services Program, and the entire funding was gobbled up by Arianespace. Yeah, for that rocket that they want to launch on Soyuz's launch pad. Arianespace created like 10 shell companies all over the EU to suck the ESA dry. Nice. Yeah, that's great. Have fun fading into irrelevancy, boys. That's how you want to go. You think the flight computer is in communication with those arms to lower when the software triggers the engine to turn off? Everything is working in synchronous here, Hired. I'm not sure how, but it is. What do you think the next launch architecture after Starship will look like? Toya, probably just a bigger version of Starship. If that makes any sense. Like a 12-meter diameter of this, most likely. Yeah, RC, NSF has a shot of that hot staging ring coming back. Hold on, let me refresh it. This is... Here, hold up. Lucas Lacey is the one that got that. There it is. Splash! That's a big splash, man. If Starship wanted to do an in-space burn, would they need FAA approval? Yes, Nicholas. Every rocket is beholden to the country of origin's laws. So yeah, as long, yeah, including public safety, right? Like, screw 12 meter, go 25 meter. To shreds, you say? Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. And it's gone. It's gone. It's all gone. Whew. Good Q&A, dudes. There's a lot of good questions in there. I did see that, Spade. Yeah, I saw that SpaceX had some crazy freaking party, dude. Will they try to reuse the hot staging ring? I don't think there's any part of that thing intact, Seven. Why was Florida the chosen place to launch? Matt, it's close to the equator. Yep. Like a steam train rolling into the station. Yep. If we pretend the Flight 6 hardware is ready to go now, do you know how long they'll take to refill the tank? Probably about a week, Dice, if I had to guess. They're I'm telling you, SpaceX is probably... The trucks to refill the pad are probably coming in. You'll probably see them coming in the next couple of days, if I had to guess. Right? Next up, let's go. Next up will be the size of Sea Dragon. Oh, I hope so. The lady behind it all. What? Shane is a senior member of the Starship engineering team. Oh, that's killer, man. Let's see. This is Shayna Diaz, one of the most competent SpaceX engineers. Cool. In her early days at SpaceX, she worked on the Falcon landing, and now she's the director of Starship engineering. And this is Elon himself. Shayna's awesome. Many years ago, I asked her to lead early VTOL development of Falcon, aka Grasshopper, and she did great work. Now Shauna is the... Is it Shauna or Shayna? I don't know. Is a senior member of the Starship engineering team. Cool. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. I'm telling you, it's just about the mission. Look for people that focus on the mission. Everything else is static. It's static. It's background noise. Are they ever going to replace the fuel and water replenishment trucks with a production facility? Probably, Thendis, sure. I noticed the chopsticks make contacts a few seconds before the booster arms land on the shock absorbers. I wonder if it's intentional. It's intentional, Cornelius. I'm pretty sure, dude. I've talked about it might be a little bit of a timing mishap, but viewers brought to my attention that it's not timed with the pegs touching down. It's timed with the engine shutting off. That's not an accident. You don't want to stretch the booster. I know that sounds completely absurd. Like, what do you mean, EJ? You don't want to stretch the booster? Well, you got to remember that the heaviest part of this booster coming in is this. The thrust structure is by far the heaviest part. It has 33 engines in it. Compare that to this area right here that's relatively empty. Then you have your bulkhead, and then you have another spot that's relatively empty, and then you have your forward skirt. Forward skirt. You're going from compression load, right, to not shear. You're going from compression load to tensile load here. That's the word. These arms right here are there to dampen that out. They're there to make sure that when you shut the engine off, the booster doesn't stretch itself apart. That's what they're there for. It's there to make sure that there's no shock tension applied to the booster. Because, dude, this thing's a lot more delicate than you might think. It looks like this big honking armored tank coming in. It's not that, dude. The tank walls on this are 4 millimeter thick, guys. 4 millimeter. That's nothing. That is nothing. That is a 16th of an inch. It's nothing. So think about that, and then think about the thing getting dampened out. It makes a lot more sense now. Right? Are they ever going to be replaced? Okay, I already got that. Why bother painting a rocket if you could just send it with stainless? Can aluminum be raw? No, it'll corrode, Ryzen. You have to paint it with anti-corrosion primer. Think New Glenn's potential landing could be as spectacular in any way? Yeah, Galax, of course it's going to be. Do you think they will launch from Brownsville for commercial use? Probably, Tony. They need as many launch sites as they can possibly get, dude. Okay, but at the same time, it's pressurized and did backflips. Yeah, that's true, King, but you got to remember, that's a different type of load here, but the rocket is good at compression. It's not so good at tension. Right? It's like building a submarine out of carbon fiber. Material analysis matters. They don't have 600 tons of residual fuel. Exactly, Vincent. If I said that, I didn't mean that. It's a 300 ton booster, give or take. They probably have like 1 to 2 tons left of fuel, if I had to guess, at the very end. Linux, I'm writing a science fiction thing about a new type of thrust engine that uses microscopic lithium tantalate pyrofusion to combust the air into nuclear fusion reactions with intake air and an outtake iron using a neutron enriching source. Do you think this is possible? I'm not a rocket scientist, so it's mainly speculation. Pyrofusion. Pyrofusion might be a little bit difficult. Ninja Decimator! What's going on? Yeah, so the pyrofusion part, implying you're using an explosion to fuse atoms. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do that. Maybe. That's, Linux, that's getting a little beyond my purview. I'm not going to lie to you. I could tell you how a stage combustion cycle works. That, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe. what I always thought in Linux, if I was going to write a sci-fi novel, dude, and once again, you could take this idea. I don't care. It's not a big deal. If I was going to write a sci-fi novel, dude, my engine, I would have a nuclear reactor. So like a reactor, like something that you'd find on a submarine, right? The radiators on this craft would need to be ridiculous because shedding heat in space is the problem because you're in a vacuum. You can't move heat through the vacuum via convection. Right, so I'd have a nuclear reactor, and that nuclear reactor would be engineered in a way to generate a byproduct of the reaction would be xenon gas, and then I'd use the electricity generated from it to make an ion engine. That's what I would do. That doesn't jive exactly well with modern physics, but it's close enough for sci-fi to make sense. What you said might work. The pyrofusion is where I'm getting a little, all that other stuff sounds okay, I guess, but yeah. Exploding stuff and trying to get an explosion energetic enough to fuse atoms. An explosion doesn't move fast enough. You'd need a detonation. And even a detonation is probably not moving it fast enough to fuse stuff. Remember, you need a particle accelerator to do stuff like that, or a tokamak or something. But, I mean, once again, my knowledge of this is probably not the best, dude. Pyroelectric fusion. So it would be electric fields by stressing the atomic lattice. Oh, okay. Yeah. So fusion. Okay. Fusion. Yeah. Maybe. Sure. Can I operate your reactor for you? Your name is The Reactor is Critical. And you want to operate the reactor for... Yeah, sure. Why not? Sure. Why not? It's fine. Adman, 108-month resub in honor of the XF108. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Can you discuss the use of some aluminum tiles in this launch? Dan mentioned it during reentry.
This is space. I'm in space.
RC, 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Right on. Why would you use aluminum tiles? Aluminum is a great heat sink, Helzikin. You might be able to use it in low heat areas. In fact, I think that's what we saw. I think that's what we saw in some of the areas that looked like they had tiles missing. I think those were aluminum tiles, but I don't know for sure. The closer to criticality, the reactor, the more efficient it is. I didn't say no, guys.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
If Homer can do it, so can he. Yeah, sure, man. Dude, we have Ninja Decimator and RC Horseman, and whoa. This is getting, this is the NSF invasion. You know what? I'm here for. This is great. Maybe they're testing out aluminum tiles for chopstick contact. That's going to be my answer from now on, Aqualux. Credit where credit is due, obviously. Yeah, that's a good point, dude. An aluminum tile in the area where the bumpers are going to touch. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Why else would you do that, right? That's a good point, man. That's a good point. That's a great point, actually. They did that test for temperature. He said aluminum melts at the temperature their steel starts to lose strength to see if they can remove tiles. Interesting. Yeah, they're using aluminum as a heat sink. Suppose that makes sense. If you put it in low heat areas on the outside, the aluminum will actually conduct the heat out of the stainless steel. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, now all we need is Ali in here. Where's Ali DeMarcy? Ali, where you at, man? We got the who's who in here. Interesting. They said why aluminum on the SpaceX cast. Yeah. I got it, fellas. I got it. Dan said they used it because aluminum has a melting point close to where the steel loses strength. It's probably to know where they don't need tiles. This is how we get our dream of a fully shiny Starship. Oh, God, it'll look like Ship 26. No, but that would be aesthetic as hell, that's for sure. With flappers. Could they make the second stage out of carbon fiber or aluminum if they needed it to be expendable? I think, Bureka, it's possible, but I think SpaceX is trying to baseline the whole stainless steel architecture, dude. For now, I think they're trying to baseline it. Destin commented about the tiles. Ooh. That guy is way smarter than me, so let's hear what he has to say. I will defer to his judgment. There were so many amazing things that happened during this test. One thing that caught my eye is when Dan said they intentionally left off some of the heat tiles to test some of the backup shielding. This is extremely important. I'm impressed they went for it, and I bet that data is invaluable. Yeah. Yeah, dude. See, those tiles were left off on purpose, man. Can you believe that? But why aluminum tiles? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. The performance of the extended booster in Starship with Raptor 3 is going to be incredible. Tony, can you believe this? Starship right now in its configuration, in this kind of poopy-doopy Block 1 configuration, is still like light years beyond anything else. Like, they could bring that Starship. The Starship could do it once around. It could do it once around and land back at Boca Chica. I'm pretty damn sure. I don't think it could land. I don't think they could catch it, but in this configuration right now. But even this configuration that they have right now is absurd. Right? It did survive until they blew it up. That's right, House, right? Yeah. Polar once around. They don't even need to do a polar once around. Just a regular once around would be great. But Yarg, I mean, I don't see why Starship wouldn't be able to do it. I'm not sure it has the cross-range capability of the shuttle, but maybe. Orbital refueling is the biggest hurdle left. And they'll nail it, dude. They'll nail it. There's no doubt in my mind. Dude, the hard part's already done. Like, let's say the relatively hard part is already done. First of all, the first hard part was, hold on. The first hard part was getting super heavy to lift off the pad. That was the first hard part. The second hard part is this. And I don't think we're going to be having problems with this. At least not as much problems as we thought we were going to have. I mean, we as spaceflight fans. I don't work for SpaceX. That's the hard part. Right there. That's probably the hardest part. And they just, yep, no problem. What I would do if I were SpaceX at this point is I would dial this thing in. Get this dialed in. Get this dialed in so you can go, you can get super heavy, like locked in. So I mean, keep in mind, SpaceX can work on two things at once. I would be trying to dial in super heavy as much as I can. Get that thing perfect. So whatever you put on top of that thing is going to make it. You know what I mean? The missing tiles in the engines bay may have been a weak point because of near the reentry of the engine bay, they had a lot of sparks coming from it. They had an ablator spade built into the heat shield on Starship that time. There was an ablator built in. Any sparks that you saw were the ablator, well, ablating off. Tile flow should look like this. This is what the plasma flow from the tiles should look like. It should be just nice, clean lines of plasma. No sparks. The sparks are the ablator burning off. You think the ship catch will be much harder? Bureka, did you see how close they landed that damn ship to the buoy? Ship 30 came down within 100 meters of that buoy. They can land Starship. I am 100% confident that they can land it. Because think about it, dude. The last bit of the puzzle was getting it near a landing site. SpaceX already proved that if a Starship is over a landing site, that they can land it. They proved that with SN15. Oh, they can do it. There's no doubt in my mind. They can land it. I don't know about catching it, but they could land a Starship back at the landing site. Or back at the launch site, right? I mean, I'm going to go ahead and put it out there that they could probably catch it. Yeah. You know what? I thought about it for a second and I tried to retract it. No. I'm sticking to that. They can catch a Starship. They just got to figure out a pin design. They could get it back to the chopsticks. I'm pretty damn sure. Ninja Decimator, didn't I hear on the X-Stream where they had a few tiles wrapped in metal. They had some aluminum tiles, Ninja Decimator. They had aluminum tiles to test where they need tiles, essentially. Yeah, they're going to dial in their TPS on Starship, on probably on Ship 32, if I had to guess. Looks like the buoy got deployed by the Australian Space Agency. They're also negotiating easing up some ITAR rules with Australia to land starships there. Oh my god. Wouldn't that be something? Imagine them using the metallic TPS they were proposing for Star Raker. The sky's the limit, dude. Actually, frick the sky. The sky ain't no damn limit here. Frick the sky. We own the sky, fool. I don't think they could yet. The catching arms would be full of booster. You'd need 2 pads. Actually, Pi, how nuts would it actually be for SpaceX to launch, catch the booster like what we saw, set that thing back down on the OLM, move the arms back up, turn them to the side, catch the Starship, and then put it right back on it. I think at that point, when we see a Starship and a Super Heavy restacked after the Starship does like a once around, I think I can give up my love for the shuttle at that point. I've always said that. The second that SpaceX gets a first stage back and then a second stage back and has them right next to each other or stacked on top of each other, I'm good. The shuttle, the book of shuttle will be vindicated, and we could close that book. I will stop liking the shuttle. Starship will be my new best friend. But can we get a bunch of rockets launch and form midair into Voltron? I would also be okay with this as well, Linux, yes. 2 pads, 2 different directions. I'm telling you, man. New note about Raptor 3 from Elon. Oh, yeah, baby. That would be insane. It's going to happen, Chris. SpaceX is halfway there, dude. They are halfway there to what I just said. And I'm telling you, catching the booster is the hard part. Think about that for a second, man. We saw history, dude. They caught the freaking booster. That's half of the battle, man. In fact, I would say that's more than half of the battle. That's the hard part. They already showed you can land Starship precisely. I'm telling you, man, we're going to see a catch sooner rather than later. It's going to happen. You're going to need bigger mission control. Starship isn't your new best friend even after being plucked from the sky by Mechazilla. No. Starship has not done that yet. Super Heavy has. Check this. Are you linking the... Oh. Bruh. Elon's tweeting faster than I can keep up. Probably 18 meters for the next generation system. He was thinking about it 5 years ago. True. What is the context for this conversation? I wonder what the next SpaceX architecture after Super Heavy and Starship... Blake, are you in the chat? Somebody just asked me this exact question. Blake, you out there? Call me. The XB1 is dope. Call me if you're out there. Dude, he was thinking about it 5 years ago. 18-meter system. True. Oh, my goodness. I am not Blake. What? Doya, you... I was going to say, somebody just asked me that same question. It lives. Please show your favorite launch and landing clips. Sure, man. Let me get to this other thing. Raptor 3 will aim for 300 tons of thrust at liftoff. So 10,000 tons of combined thrust. Okay. That's crazy. All right. So you want to see my favorite one, Cone Man? Look at this one. This is my favorite one for landing. It's the tower camera. Would I stream from Mars, Yuri? If I had a trip there and back, sure. If I had a round trip ticket, yeah, that'd be awesome. So Hiji, it looks like the umbilical started. That's the quick disconnect umbilical. I called it the ground umbilical carrier plate. It's not a ground umbilical carrier plate. You know why it's not a ground umbilical carrier plate? It's not on the ground in this picture. That is your carrier. It's just your carrier umbilical. SpaceX calls it the BQD, booster quick disconnect. Yeah, it is leaking methane. Yeah, you can tell it's methane because it caught on fire. That's gaseous methane being vented, combining with the oxygen in our atmosphere and auto-combusting because the heat from the rocket engines is, well, warm. You should do a double launch and double catch like Falcon Heavy. Oh, Spade, stop. Stop. I could only get so excited. I'll blow my voice out completely, dude. Yeah, the IFT4 had the same venting. Deadbringer, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I actually asked Alex about this after they caught it, and I was like, "Is it leaking? Is it leaking?" And Alex was telling me that no, that seems to be intentional. So I'm guessing that fire isn't supposed to happen. Then to see, dude, my boy was telling me that it is. I believe Alex. I mean, he knows what's good. It was there for the excitement. It's time to plan trips to the moon. I'm in, Yuri. Let's go. 3 boosters together. Starship super heavy. Dumb question, but could that be used for some horizontal movement? Nanu, I don't think it's enough to... I don't think this is generating enough thrust to be able to really do that. Background chatter says the vent is normal. That's the autogenous pressurization overflow vent. It does that as the engine restarts and shut down. Yeah, yep. That makes sense. I think that's Texan. You'd think there'd be a check valve or something. But once again, I think it's intentional, dude. You don't blow a gasket like that on purpose, right? And Flight 4, the Flight 4 landing footage had that same thing, and 5 has the same thing. I mean, if anything, this is pretty good because it's purging out that methane, right? You're purging off the methane. What I'd just be a little bit careful of is that if this whole thing ignited and fire went into the AP vent, then you get SN4. I don't know if you guys remember SN4. That didn't end well. But I think because the booster is falling, that it's not that big of a deal. Is it just me or did the booster come down a little bit hard on the rails? I know it was the first attempt and it was awesome to see. I suspect SpaceX will smooth it out for future landings. Absolutely. Ninja Decimator, you remember the Leaning Tower of Tycom, right? They'll dial it in. The first Falcon landings were not pretty, guys. Ninja, you remember those? They weren't pretty. JCSat 16, JCSat 14, those were not pretty landings. It took some time to dial it in. Here. Tycom 8 had a little bit of a rough landing, if you guys remember. It was a little rough coming in. May you explain steel versus titanium for the rocket? Titanium, dude, you'd need a lot of titanium to build a rocket this big out of it, Linux. Second part, titanium is really good at absorbing heat, but it's super expensive because it's rare. And it's also really dense for what it is, and that's part of the reason why it can absorb heat so well. Steel is stainless steel, at least the stainless steel rolls that SpaceX is making, is a much more off-the-shelf component, which is why they went with it, because it's simple. It's simple. Every car, think about it like this, dude. Every automobile would be better if we made them all out of aluminum, but we're not going to do that. Why? Because aluminum is more expensive. And eventually you're going to make a car, if you make the entire car out of aluminum, it'd be $100,000 a pop. A Tesla Model S is a good example of this. A Model S is completely made out of aluminum, right? But if you look at a Model 3 or a Model Y, they're made out of steel to lower the cost. So you're taking a little bit of a trade-off because steel makes it less expensive because we make more steel than we do aluminum, right? Make sense? That's why. I mean, dude, building it, ideally it'd be great to build the whole thing out of titanium, but how much money do you think he has? I mean, don't answer that because, yeah, he probably could get away with it. Bulgaria Sat was one of the gnarliest landings, dude. Yeah, like I said, some of these early landings weren't the most ideal. That's a pucker moment. See what I mean? Decimator, they'll dial it in, dude. They'll dial it in. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, look at all the extra fuel that they landed with. They had to put it back down on the OLM, which worked, by the way, and had to vent it out. This problem will get solved with the next-gen booster. Also, Background Shatter says the booster will have dual quick disconnects. One side is normal fueling, quick disconnect. 180 on the other side will be used for spin starting the outer 20 engines. I believe, yeah, Baron, I've heard that. Yep. Thanks, we need transparent aluminum. Yeah, baby. Titanium is more brittle and it's not easy to weld. Yeah, if we're working with titanium, that's the other thing, Linux. You'd have to cast parts. Castings are hard to weld. When they start bringing back Starship in, you should invest in some equipment to make your very own patent certified footage of Starship entry. Man, I report on this stuff and I have fun talking with you guys about it. I'm no engineer. Who do you think I am? Joe Barnard? Guy's way smarter than me. Also, for the next landing, you don't even need the landing audio. The sound of you screaming in excitement is a good enough substitute for the landing burn. Thanks, man. Not having to dial it in on a moving target helps. You know what, Yarg? You're probably not wrong. Are the steel super heavy grid fins only for the testing phase, and will they eventually be made out of titanium, or is that too heavy? Dude, I honestly think that those steel grid fins held up really good. They held up real good for just being straight steel. I don't see the need to change those things. I'm not an engineer either. Would love to talk about rockets with you too. You can talk about rockets anytime, man. Doesn't matter what I'm streaming. Could be streaming Satisfactory, Workers, Kerbal, whatever. I'm always down to talk rockets. Always down to answer space questions. They got the mass to tank the heating, it seems. I would agree with that, Aqualux, yeah. It's just you got to worry about a little. I'd say probably up your thermal protection element on the bottom of this. It's a tie between SN8, Artemis 1, and IFT5 for your best reactions. Dudes, I was talking about this when I started the stream today, okay? Listen up. If it's a first, I'm usually very steely-eyed when we watch launches, okay? If it's a first time for anything, I'll shut the filters off. You shut the filters off and you get my unfiltered thought. That booster landing, I was saying what everybody was thinking because I was thinking the same thing. You want to know the messed up part? I think that's how up here is every single launch. Like every single Falcon 9 landing, I'm like, damn, that's cool. But I'm like, oh, yep, the booster's landed. Great touchdown. Looks real good. Like, I'm just showing you what's internally going on here with the hamster wheels turning up there when we see a first. You know? In this case, it was me yelling at it to hurry up. Get in there! Come on! You know? But that ain't anything I'm not thinking every time we cover a rocket launch. No joke, dude. That's what I'm thinking every time. Do you think if the pins failed, the grid fins would support it? Yes. Yes, 619. I think they would. That's what I theorized. That's their backup policy. I think the grid fins would support it because think about the aerodynamic load that these things go through during descent. The the shearing force that gets exerted on this probably exceeds the mass under gravity in a static state. Yeah, absolutely. Easily. You could pick up Falcon 9 by its grid fins, probably. You could do it once, but you could do it. I apologize for making fun of your Falcon Heavy reaction after Starship Sunday. I totally get it. Pie, like, yeah, no, I'm never ashamed of it, dude, but it's just like, dude, sometimes just in the moment, you're just like, damn, that's cool. It just, yeah. The freaking metal, man. It's amazing. What flight mission number of Starship low Earth orbit mission would you be comfortable on flying on? The one after Rook does it. The one after Polaris 3, I'm good. Would there be any benefit to update a Falcon 9 with Raptor engines? Dude, Starship is superior to Falcon 9 in every single way, Ryzen. I don't think SpaceX would do it, but then again, if they saw a way to make money off of it, I don't see why they wouldn't. Falcon 9 with a stainless steel Raptor upper stage could, dude, that would eat everybody. That alone would eat everyone's lunch. With a single Vector up there, stainless steel upper stage, it would look like Delta 3, but damn, would it be cool. We don't know when Polaris 3's ETA is. A nuclear physicist friend told me, did the US government make uranium-powered hypersonic rockets way back when? Oh, yeah. Linux, the NERVA program. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nuclear thermal. Dude, we had it in the 60s. Not even a classified program. They wanted to make nuclear-powered upper stages for the Saturn V that would have doubled the efficiency of the second stage. Doubled the efficiency. You know, Linux, you ask me those questions, but you know quantum physics, but you know just in physics, right? Like with thermodynamics, like conventional thermodynamics, it's not very often where you can run into a twofold efficiency increase. We had it in the 60s. It's called NERVA, the nuclear thermal rocket. It's basically a rocket engine with a nuclear reactor in the combustion chamber. And there's no combustion. They just flow hydrogen over a nuclear reactor. Yep. And the exhaust is just rocket engine shaped. So you don't need any oxidizer. Hydrogen is insanely good at conducting heat. And hydrogen is also super cold, so you can cool a nuclear reactor. Oh, yeah. Nuclear thermal. That's absolutely a thing, dude. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're asking, but, dude, the U.S. government in the 60s was cooking when it comes to weird defense weapons. SpaceX landed a new reusable booster designed before any other company could. I love Nuglins and Neutron. Both got cooked by Super Heavy. Imagine Nerva on Nova. That's where they wanted to go with the Apollo program, homie. Frem 2 is now delayed to spring of 2025. Yep. One of the engines looks like it was out after it was turned off. Like it didn't have any gas in the nozzle like the other engines. What do you think? Spade, that's residual. It's residual propellant, dude. Spade, you ever run a garden hose? I'm serious. Just like a garden hose that you like a sprinkler to water the plants. Sometimes there's water, sometimes there's extra water in the lines. It really depends on how the plumbing is, right? Those other boosters have fire in the nozzle because it's just a residual getting coughed up and auto-combusted. It may have already happened, or the way the plumbing is set up in Super Heavy, it may have not had any residual in those motors. That's normal. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Rocket engines burping, totally normal. That happens all the time. Booster 12 rolling into the Mega Bay and seeing Booster 13 and Booster 14. Ha ha ha! Pathetic. Shauna's on Twitter. Oh, cool.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's awesome. All right. Ha ha ha! Pathetic. Yeah, that's boop. Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Also, ha ha ha, pathetic. What's your favorite rocket explosion video? Your vote is for the proton backflip. The proton backflip is pretty good. Delta 2, GPS 2A in 1997 is my favorite because the thing just blatantly explodes, right? And the announcer's like, we've had an anomaly. I guess we need to secure the area. And then it rains fire down on the blockhouse. Like, it looks like the sky is falling. It looks like hell has consumed us. Like, here, all right. I'll show you. Watch.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Just watch.
3, 2, 1. 0. We have ignition.
I'll talk about that in a
liftoff
second,
from
Brendan.
Cape Canaveral Air Station of the Air Force Delta II launch vehicle carrying the new
Nah,
GPS
Yuri, not needed.
2R satellite.
Or GPS 2R, excuse me, not 2A. Watch right now. Yeah, see, something went very wrong right there.
We have had an anomaly. We just had an anomaly of the Delta II launch vehicle from Cape Canaveral Air Station.
We need to secure the area?
We need to secure the area.
Oh, yeah, let's secure the area. Watch this next shot.
Once again, we had liftoff of Delta II launch vehicle from Cape Canaveral Air Station, and we just had a problem with the vehicle on the pad.
We need to secure the area? It's fine. Don't drop SRBs. That's the moral of that story. Yep, that's what happened. Whoever was handling one of these SRBs dropped it. They dropped it and cracked the casing. Whoops. It's not expensive at all, right? Insurance. So what happened to your car? Me, a rocket fell on it. That actually happened. There's a documentary about it, Ninja Decimator, and the flight controllers that were in the blockhouse at Slick 17 had to call the insurance company and be like, yeah, a rocket just hit my car. True story. I thought that's what was going to happen with Cert 2. Dude, me too. I saw the SRB pop and I'm like, well, that's done. Oh my gosh, it still made it. I thought, dude, I immediately thought of Delta 2 when I saw Vulcan do that. What is this? We're out of Starbase, quarter 4 2026 Mars transfer window. Dude, I wish, man. I wish. Oh, that would be money. That would be so good, man. It'll happen. Calling it now. The NSF van on flight test 1, that was pretty funny. And yeah, the proton mistake was because somebody hammered an IMU in backwards. Using a hammer on a spacecraft is usually a dead giveaway for you're doing something wrong. Yeah. Yeah. All right, RC. See you, buddy. Thanks for gifting 5. I appreciate it, man. This is a great space and rocket review. You know what? I'm just gonna just. Brendan, what was your question over there? What do you think they will have to do differently with the heat shield considering the higher heating with interplanetary reentry from the moon and Mars? Oh, good question.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Really, Jam? That's funny. Hey, Linux, gift us up to Blues Traveler. That's a pretty awesome sub, but anyway. Sorry, I tried. Gemini television waves. State of affairs in a state of emotion. All right, Brandon, here's the thing. Here's my theory on it. This is just a theory. I don't know if it's true. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's true. So, Starship is flying suborbital right now. No need for a deorbit burn. It's getting 99% of the way there. Starship is re-entering with a negative perigee. Okay, what does that mean? It's on a full suborbital trajectory. When Dragon, Space Shuttle, Starliner, Soyuz, whatever, when all those spacecrafts deorbit, They never go suborbital. When they do their deorbit burn, all they do is lower their perigee enough to where the air will start to slow them down. The reason why they do that is twofold. One, too steep of a reentry trajectory liquefies your crew. You don't need to be picking up people inside of your spacecraft with a sponge when they come back down. That's probably not ideal. Second part, you need to... What spacecraft try to do is keep the heating in the upper parts of the atmosphere. Okay? You want to try and slow down as much as you can up there to minimize your heating. Keep peak heating up high. Okay? The reason why, like I said, the reason why you want to do that is that if you could just skip up there off the top of the atmosphere, right? You could just slow down as much as you can up there, and then you just fall out of the sky like a brick, like the space shuttle, or like a capsule. Dipping into reentry, like what Starship is doing on a suborbital trajectory, is probably a damn good analog for a trans-Earth injection. Coming back from the moon or Mars, it's probably a damn good analog. Yeah, they are brute forcing Starship through reentry right now. And getting damn good data because of it. So how are they going to deal with it? I think they're testing for it right now. I have no way to prove that. But I'll tell you right now, no spacecraft re-enters on the trajectory that Starship re-entered on 3, 4, and 5. No spacecraft does that. Brandon, I talked about it a little earlier. That re-entry trajectory would have obliterated a space shuttle. There would have been nothing left. That's the shuttle. Pretty damn good re-entry vehicle. That would have obliterated a pod. Even with a full ablator heat shield. That's just way too steep. It's way too steep of a trajectory to do
Discovery,
something like that.
go at throttle up.
Yeah, that's my theory. My theory is that they're testing it right now, which is why they were so anal retentive about switching out all the tiles on Ship 30. Look at the landing from the tower point of view after the 10 middle engines turned off. You see what I meant? No, Spade. I know exactly what you meant. Some of the engines are empty, seemingly. Let me find it. Let me see if I have it up. Yeah, here we go. I got it right here. Hey, Flip Up, 34-month resub. You're talking about that right there. Some of them are, some of them aren't. It's just residual propellant in the lines being burnt off. That's all. These still have some residual propellant. That's it. And that's why you see fire there. Because they sometimes cough up. Like, I know what you meant, Spade. You're talking about those. It's a little weird that it didn't happen to all of them. But it could just be the plumbing. Like I said, the reason why these engines have fire in them is because they're burning off their residual propellant. Just like the methane vent is being burnt off here. That happens. Rocket engines do burp after you shut them off sometimes. And what happens is it's trying to burp, but it can't because air is getting shoved up in here. So it just looks like the engine is just full of fire. Now, why that didn't happen with those, don't know. My guess would just be how the plumbing is set up because there's some relative symmetry to it. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to see. But if you look here, you can actually see one of the residual propellant fires get snuffed out right before landing. See? That one shuts off completely. See what I'm talking about? That happens, dude. Yeah, that's normal, believe it or not. Like if a rocket engine shut off and the nozzle went empty, I'd be a little concerned. That's not supposed to do that. That means you hydraulic hammered something inside of the engine, which is probably not good for it. Think you need to explain it using MS Paint? Yeah, I don't know. Apollo would have made it. No, Yarg, Apollo would not have made it. Apollo needed to skip off the atmosphere to minimize heating on that heat shield, or else they would have blown out the avcoat. Yeah. No, it would not. I'm telling you, Starship is nuts. It is unbelievable. I'm amazed that they had minimal plasma burn through on that. And then their Block 2 Starship, the Mark II Starship, is even better. It's truly nuts, dude. What we're witnessing here is insane. This is ridiculous. This is Jebediah Kerman's Kerbal project come to life, which is just Crazy. Can you show what you meant with different descents in a paint drawing trying to teach a kid? Actually, Crownless, yeah, sure. I don't have here, I'll show you. You want to learn about reentry? There's an old Department of Defense film that's public domain now. Some of my emotes are from this, in chat are from this. Here, check this out. A difference here would be, here, where does it explain it? It explains it right here. Here,
Heat cannot
listen.
be absorbed. Why not eject it as fast as it's generated?
The answer is ablation.
Ablation!
Coat the frontal surface of the streamlined missile
Listen.
with layers of ablative material composed of fibers, resins, and ceramics.
This ablative coating protects the missile from the extreme heat in several ways. It is a poor heat
I got it,
conductor.
Erudite.
Its surface gradually melts away, taking heat with it, and its vapor forms a thin insulating layer, deflecting some of the heat from the surface.
That's how heat shields on pods work. They burn off the heat shield, and the outgassing from the heat shield burning gives you a basically what's called a, I was about to say thermal curtain. It's not space camp. It gives you a thermal medium between the capsule and the plasma.
Surface. The ablative principle combats the heat problem effectively and permits steeper re-entry angles while adding a minimum of weight. The streamlined missile,
Watch.
with its increased speed, affords the least possibility of interception and the greatest accuracy.
So Starship isn't necessarily entering on this one. That's what like a warhead would enter on, right?
It does produce a huge deceleration factor approaching 150 Gs.
Listen.
Fortunately, this poses no threat to a warhead. But for manned or other recovery missions, the G load is a most important factor.
Yeah, 10 G max.
For manned re-entry, this force should be held below 10 Gs.
This is a very, very big exaggeration, Crownless, but more or less is what we're talking about here. Space shuttles, pods, they stay up here for a long period of time. As long as you possibly can, stay up there for the maximum amount of time, which is why the shuttle used RCS to modulate its angle of attack so it could stay up there for longer periods of time. That's why the shuttle could make it through with tiles. And that's the other reason why you don't just put tiles on the heat side of a capsule, because they won't work. If you dip too much too fast, you'll burn right through the tile. Like what's going on with SpaceX's, with Starship. It's the same idea, right? Starship isn't necessarily doing something like this. Starship was like this. It's kind of like a straight or a diagonal line going down like this. I'm telling you, once again, this is just a theory based off of what I know about re-entry trajectories and stuff, but I'm pretty dang sure Starship is flying on an extremely steep re-entry trajectory. This re-entry trajectory is consistent with disposal burns, ironically. But yeah, it's basically like that. That once again, the 150 GD cell is a little bit of a that's a little bit of an over exaggeration for Starship. But yeah, guys, this video is fantastic if you want to understand how reentry works. I derived what I'm thinking from this. I'll link it up in both chats if you want to check it out. Ablation. Is Starship's reentry doing what others can't do due to new materials? Stainless steel. Nobody's ever made a stainless steel reentry vehicle, CW. It makes a difference. Yeah, Bob, exactly. Could we find the profile? Tabik, it is basically consistent with Centaur from an Atlas N-22 Starliner mission or the external tank from a shuttle flight. It is a disposal. No spacecraft comes in that steep. I guarantee you that. Would a regenerative cooling-based Starship work? Yeah, of course, Spade, but it's complicated. Is the plumbing system that you need to make a regenerative cooling system like that worth it compared to a tile, right? Trade-off. If the tile is less mass than the plumbing needed for that regenerative cooling thing, why the heck are you using that? Tiles are the simplest way, man. That's why the shuttle used them. Good chatting with you. Gonna take off and grab some dinner. Later, Space Nerds. All right, Ninja Decimator. Thank you. Can you explain why Starship doesn't need a crew escape system? I think SpaceX is going to prove empirically that it's going to be as reliable as a jetliner, so it's probably not needed. Same idea that they had with the shuttle, except they didn't follow through with it and ended up killing people because they didn't follow through with it. I'd never thought of that. Interesting. Yeah, Bob, once again, they're testing, I guarantee you, they're testing trans-Earth injection reentry right now. They're testing reentry from the moon. This reentry trajectory is consistent with the amount of heating that you'd get skipping off the surface with a Starship in the future. I'm pretty damn confident in that. I could be wrong, though. Once again, this is just me speculating. I'm just the guy that played too much Kerbal. By the way, Top Jimmy Cooks. He's the king, baby. He's the king, baby. That's sick. I thought it was comparable to a dragon coming back. No. Dragons do not have a negative perigee when they come back. They would kill everybody on board if they did. Yeah, people would die. Yeah, the window for being able to re-enter and not turn your crew into a jello mold on the bottom of the capsule is not as big as you might think. But yeah, once again, guys, that's just a theory on my part. I don't know for sure. Do we know what max G's were during Starship reentry? Marcon, we had connection with that thing all the way down to the surface. I bet you someone could extrapolate decelerative forces from the change in velocity. Sure. I'll bet you could. I'll bet you it's above 10 Gs. I'll bet you it's above that. We have its velocity and we have its deceleration over time. You could absolutely see what the G forces were. I'll bet you it's a lot. Napkin visa. The napkin math says 1,200 kilometer PE. Does that smell right? No, Tabak. Here, let's here. Let's see. What was Starship's apogee here? You got to refresh it because Twitter video. I wonder if a fully titanium Starship would be able to survive re-entry with no tiles. You'd ablate some titanium, Spade. You gotta give away. You gotta have a way for the 212 is the highest I've seen right here. You gotta have a way to shed that heat. It's not just about being able to absorb the heat, how conductive of the heat you are. It's about spreading it. It's about your flux. How many flux can you give? You know what I mean? Dude, even coming back from 212 with a negative perigee is nuts. That's death for most spacecraft. Jonathan McDowell tweeted about the perigee. What did he say, Dice? Once again, my entire theory is kind of predicated off of the perigee being negative. Remember, chat. Orbiter, external tank, SRB. Booster catch. May Max Q be with you. Where's the Space Pope when we need him? Can your entry vehicles be made from fully from stainless? Yeah, Yuri, stainless. It depends, dude. Like, it depends on what it is, where it's coming from, what's your skip trajectory, where's it coming back from? Once again, you need to diminish a lot of heat. I give no flux. Yeah, it's not about how much heat you can absorb. It's about how much you can shed it off. You could either try to tank the heat and absorb the whole thing, which is what Super Heavy is trying to do. The amount of reentry heating that Super Heavy encounters, right, is higher than the critical mass of heat from the entire booster, right? Meaning that the amount of heat that it's going to absorb gets nowhere near the maximum amount that you'd need to start melting things. It only warped stuff a little bit. They got close with some of those outer engines, but once again, it's something that you'll be able to figure out. This is not. That's more simple thermodynamics, dude. But yeah, I'm sure they'll dial it in, dude. What is perigee? I'm not educated on orbital mechanics. Yeah, sure. No problem. I thought somebody would ask, Ryzen. So in orbital mechanics, when you're orbiting around a celestial body, there are 6 variables that define an orbit, okay? You have semi-major axis, eccentricity, inclination, argument of perigee, right angle of ascending node, and time of perigee passage, okay? You don't need to know all that. So what those all kind of tell you is the shape and size of an orbit. Now, every orbit is going to have an apoapsis and a periapsis, high point and a low point, okay? If you're in a perfectly circular orbit, your AP and PE would be exactly the same. They are equal to each other, right? We're getting into more what's called semi-major axis and eccentricity. The other ones you don't really need to know. All right, so you have AP and PE. All right, the interesting thing is your apsis, apoapsis and periapsis. The names of those change depending on what celestial body you're orbiting around. So on Earth, it's apogee and perigee. Okay, on Mars, it'd be I forget what it would be on Mars. Around the sun, it's apohelion and perihelion because of the Greek name for the sun is Helios, right? On the moon, it'd be apolune and perilune because Luna, or apocynthian or paracynthian. Would pick your god. Doesn't matter. All right. So the apogee and perigee basically refer to the highest and lowest point in an orbit. Now, when a spacecraft deorbits, so the shuttle, Dragon, whatever, Soyuz, Starliner, what they usually do is they don't go full suborbital. Suborbital would mean negative perigee, meaning that if you just let it go, you're eventually going to hit the ground. If you do enough of a deorbit burn, you're slowing down enough to lower your orbital velocity below 17,500 miles an hour. So you're suborbital. So you're coming back down whether you like it or not. That's very steep. What spacecraft do when they deorbit is they don't have their perigee go negative, right? You don't go negative. You keep it just above the atmospheres to keep your reentry trajectory nice and shallow. The reason why you keep it nice and shallow is because that makes your period of heating longer, but your highest temperature lower. Okay? The reason why is because you're up in the upper parts of the atmosphere. There's less air to hit up there, so your overall heating temperature, your highest temperature is lower. So you're basically a deorbiting spacecraft is still almost circular to the point where you might not even be able to tell if I could show it to you, right? What Starship did is basically the equivalent of driving off of a cliff for a reentry trajectory, comparatively. Your perigee is way negative, so it's way below the surface, right? Because apogee and perigee are measured in altitude. Technically, it's measured on a major axis, on your semi-major axis, but you don't need to. It's altitude, right? So, if you're in if your apogee is 120 kilometers and your eccentricity is 0, your AP and PE are equal. So you're in a perfectly circular orbit at 120, right? A spacecraft that wanted to come back with people on board that's in this perfectly circular 120 degree orbit would lower the apogee maybe to about 50 kilometers, and that's good enough. That keeps you nice and steep, so your overall heating, your overall highest temperature, your peak heating is way lower, but your regime for heating is way longer. The steeper you get, the shorter your heating period is, but the higher temperature you encounter. That's why I said Starship's like the equivalent of driving off of a cliff. Because SpaceX is encountered from this super steep trajectory, from a negative perigee, you're encountering reentry heating. Your period of heating is a lot smaller, but your maximum temperature on heating is way higher. Does that make sense? Yeah, there you go, username. All right, I gotta go. Nice stream. Yeah, no problem. Us Kerbal kids got educated. That's damn right, Farron. It's Kerbal 101, baby. Oh, here's Jonathan McDowell's trajectory analysis. This guy is the freaking man. You know what's crazy, dude? Jonathan McDowell doesn't live that far away from me. He's up in Cambridge. But, yeah. Does that make sense, dude? Was that a good explanation? Here, look. See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? Look. So Jonathan McDowell is a astronomer commentating on space logic. This guy's like, or on space launches. This guy's like the foremost expert on orbital mechanics in the country. Like, there's not many people that know it better than he does, right? So height, velocity, and time from today's webcast, basically identical to Flight 4, consistent with a -15, 213 kilometer at 26 degrees, at 26 degree inclination. Marginally suborbital flight like last time. See what I'm talking about? Negative perigee. That's death for most spacecraft. Dropping 213 kilometers, that's death. Not, dude, this would be out of the shuttle's flight envelope, I'm pretty damn sure. He's the orbital police, that's right. Okay, makes sense. Thanks for the info. I wonder how they managed to rendezvous. Seems like a nightmare. Math, dude. Lots of math. You can figure out a rendezvous, and this is what they figured out during the Gemini program. Actually, Buzz Aldrin was the one that did the math behind it, if you really want to know. He did it writing with a grease pencil on the window of a Gemini capsule to figure out the orbital mechanics involved with rendezvousing two spacecraft. I think he was when he docked with the Agena, but that's another story. Long story short, okay, check this out. You have what's called an orbital period, okay? Orbital period is the time it takes to do one orbit. So the ISS, at 410 kilometers and change, about 280 miles, it has a 90-minute Earth orbital period, meaning it takes about an hour and a half to do one orbit, okay? Now, little lesson on orbital period here. If you're 23,500 miles that way, so you have a 23,500 mile apogee and your perigee is equal, right? So you have a circularized orbit at 23,500, 0 degree incline, meaning you're basically tracing Earth's equator. Your orbital period, 24 hours. That's what geosynchronous is. Your orbital period, your rate of revolution just matches Earth's perfectly. So the satellite will appear to hover over a specific spot. Make sense? Now, to get two spacecraft to rendezvous, you can use differential orbital period as one of the ways to figure out how to get there, right? So you have a spacecraft that has a 90-minute orbital period, and then you have a spacecraft that's in a higher orbit that has a 100-minute orbital period. So you want to transit to that craft. You can use differential orbit. You could put yourself into what's called a Hohmann transfer. A Hohmann transfer is an egg-shaped orbit. In this particular case, your perigee would be at 90, and your apogee would be at 100. And you can use the differential orbital period there to make up the time to figure out where the two spacecraft come together. It's like leading a shot almost, but it's entirely dependent on timing. The differential orbital period is a good way to figure it out. That's probably not the exact way they do that. They're using real spacecraft like Dragon. You're using what's called inertial navigation. So they basically, you know, with your phone, if you have a smartphone, you tilt it and the picture tilts because it registered that you rotated it 90 degrees because of an accelerometer on board. Basically that. A very, very super, super complicated, spacey, complicated version of that. Same idea. Have I seen this? I'm having trouble keeping up with everybody today. Amazing, crappy cross-section drawing, but it gets the point across. That's not the worst idea. Also, that makes me want pizza, by the way. Space Engineer might be onto something here. That might be a good way to do it, but now you're sacrificing your hold down points for that. But, you know, not mutually exclusive. From Wikipedia, deorbit burn changed STS-1's orbit from 270 times 274 to 270 times 0. That's actually a super steep trajectory. I'm kind of amazed we got Columbia back. That's really steep, Ordon. Thanks, EGL. We'll never look at a pepperoni pizza the same way. All that does is just going to make me hungry. Interesting, Ordon. They went 270 to 0 on STS-1. I'd be curious to see if they ever did that again. Ordon, we'd have to check the reentry trajectories for other ones, for other shuttle missions, because I know Columbia was overbuilt, and they were probably doing the exact same thing. They were probably testing the, you know, like, not nightmare scenario, but the video super heavy being Kachiko in the background. I agree. Yeah, checking now. Yep. The photos and videos, it looks like the booster was caught directly over the OLM. It looks like it's slightly to the right, Lumprod, just a little bit. Probably not, probably setting the envelope. Yeah, maybe, dude. Well, I mean, if that's the case, my theory's out the door. Which would really suck, but I think that, like, once again, why would you do that way, you know? Like, hey, Crustacean, what's going on? It's a good thing Ship 25 didn't make it to orbit and entry, because we would have gotten onboard video, and there also would have burned up way faster. That's right. That's why the T-38 pilot said you look real good underneath. Yep. He was looking for tiles lost, Aiden. Yep. Have we said this was badass yet? Yeah. Do you think supersonic retropropulsion could become a consideration given how much fuel it landed with? Sure, Joe. I just checked. And early in the Apollo program, they flew uncrewed command modules on suborbital trajectories with very high apogees, negative perigees, much steeper angles than IFT 3, 4, and 5 to test the entry energies you'd see from a lunar return. So Apollo could easily take Starship's trajectory. So while I do think they're testing for higher entry energies than just LEO, as you say, it's probably not lunar levels yet. Yeah, that seems to be the case, Bill. Once again, it was just a theory. I'm not going to be like all bent out of shape that my theory based off of no calculations is wrong. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, Bill, now here's where I'm going with this. You think they'll shoot a Starship into a 1,000 kilometer, like Polaris Dawn style orbit and then bring it back down and see what happens? Not gonna lie, kind of want to see that. Just saying, you know, like, I mean, that's just saying, kind of want to see that. kind of would appreciate that, dude. Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna lie, kind of want that. They ought to consider cutting the ends off of the chopsticks, like Florida. We could see it's unnecessary and heavy. Maybe. Sounds kind of cool. Elon is typing. Several SpaceX engineers are typing. I feel that lifting bodies can survive more steep trajectories because in higher atmospheres, big C, they can sustain flight and slowly bleed off speed. That's exactly it, Yuri. That's why the shuttle stayed up there. That's why Buran stayed up there as well. I mean, Buran took some tips from the shuttle, but you get the idea. Same idea. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that either. That sounds awesome. I'm curious if the current TPS could take it, though. Why don't we find out? It looks like the flame is going into the OLM. Okay, Lindrod, what do you want me to say? A gold star? You're right. It's definitely off to one side, but, you know. That's definitely off to one side, dude. Like, how can you not see that that's coming in a little bit on one side? Like, see how it takes one chopstick a little bit longer to move into position? Like, I don't understand what you're trying to tell me. You see the chopsticks move? What's that? They move to the left there. Like, what are you trying to tell me? I'm confused. What's your favorite Soviet rocket and engine? Oh, Ryzen favorite Soviet? The Buran Energia takes the cake. That is a fantastic launch vehicle. I mean, I'd still take the shuttle over it, but Energia is a piece of art. And the RD-170s, doesn't get much better than that. You make space fun. Thanks, brother. It's always nice getting to nerd out with everybody. I'm trying, man. What if they load SN-26 for Flight 6 just to test the booster return? I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility, human person. Respect to answering all of our questions for hours. It's what I do, homie. It's in my wheelhouse, man. If you reckon the NSF boys don't know that you could just leave me on stream for like 6 hours straight. I'll just answer questions. I could do that the whole time. I don't think they know that. I'm trying to tell them this, but it's all good. It's all good. I don't think they want me to do that, dude. I don't think I need to do that, but I can, if possible. If needed, I could do it. And I have no problem. I don't think I missed a question there from all the tags, dude. I don't need no support queue. I don't need no support queue, son. Who let the nerd out? Sorry, my bad. Oof. ESA media team is calling. The landing scene of Starship would fit perfectly into the screen back there. Yep. You're not wrong. Dude, where I'm at is like, where do we go from here? What are we going to see? I heard the X-37 is doing, well, yeah, it's obvious what the X-37 is doing. It's actually doing and that's basically what it's doing. It's not that complicated. Get out. Now. My leg! My leg! The X-37, could it fit in a Starship's payload bay? Yeah, of course it could. Last, good timing. Been wanting to show this for a few days, but I keep forgetting. Always fun to get new releases on a classified spacecraft. Oh. Oh, yeah, of course. Classified, yeah. I can tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Drop the bass. Was that a car alarm?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Is that a car alarm noise? A picture of it on orbit, the solar array. Yeah, it deploys the solar array out of the payload bay. Is it bad if I'm out of shape from doing that? Lie, 20-month reset. How long before Elon lets me buy one of those chopstick things for my backyard so I can use a super heavy for my 9 to 5? Yeah, it'd be a great daily driver. Lock up your space plane. Maybe it's stupid questions, but is Starship going to land on Mars with chopsticks? I think Starship will land on Mars by itself, Sam. Sam said, that's a good question. I think it'll land with landing legs eventually. Leading to mission critical discoveries. Sorry, I was dancing. And that thing had a service module on it, dude. You know what? I looked like a bonehead on Twitter, but then again, I look like a bonehead all the time, so whatever. I was like, wait a minute, service module? When did they start doing this? And everybody's like, don't you remember? You watched this launch. I'm like, yeah, that's right. I guess it does have that. Oops. That's super freaking cool, dude. Yes, it deployed those boxes. I know we knew about the aero braking. Yeah, good stuff. Why are they promoting a spy satellite? Because potato? To be fair, you watch a lot of launches. Yeah, but there's no being fair to Strimmer Man on the internet, Dr. Gnome, so I appreciate it, but also, what's in the box? Don't worry about it, dude. You don't need to, you don't need to know what's in the box. There's nothing in there for you. Trust me. You know, guys, some people do renders of spacecraft going through reentry. I'm not finishing the sentence. You know what I'm going to say. Sorry. Sorry. What's in the box? You can't look in the box. So, Erudite linked this when we were talking about something a little bit earlier. What is this about? Oh boy, that looks like some FCC applications for Flight 6. Where did the small sats go? That's right, it goes in the square hole.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
SpaceX_Dragon_capsule gifted a tier 1 sub to Boeing_Starliner_capsule. There's a joke in there somewhere. I don't know what it is, but I'm laughing. I'm still laughing. I don't think I could explain that joke, but also pretty good. I don't know why that's funny, but it's pretty funny. Oh, jeez. I don't know why that's funny, but it's pretty funny. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Gosh, dang. Damn, my nose is broken. Damn. See that? You think if I he was my friend, I would have messed this stuff up all up in there. Look at that. It's all messed up in there. My nose is bleeding. Damn. Credit if you know the reference. I don't know, Iron. Is aerobraking cheating? Nothing within the realm of the possibilities of the laws of physics is cheating, man. What do you mean cheating? Frick that. Use what you have. That's like saying I'm going to go camping, but I have this truck full of water with me, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to use this potable water. I'm just going to go try to find water in the woods. Vast releases design of Haven 2 commercial space station. What the? Huh. Hmm. Children watching. There's children watching. There's children watching. Cool. Sweet. Here's the video for Haven 2. Okay, Spade, it wasn't just me. All right, cool. Do you think Raptors run more film cooling than the BE4? Way more, dude, because of the high combustion chamber pressure. Yeah, absolutely. Making a space train, or wait, what? That's okay. I hope your guidance systems are good. Wait a minute. Shut up. What launches this into space? This is all doable. That's a lot of movement, guys, that's a lot of movement for station reconfiguration, especially autonomously. What launches that one? That one looks to be a little bit bigger than anything. Starship? Nice. Newglands? Good too. Dave said Starship. Oh God, Max Hood is the freaking man, dude. I think New Glenn is baseline. Vast space roadmap. All right, I have it open. Let me just see what else is here. An external experiment platform. Common birthing mechanism. CBMs. Please do this. Please do that. Yeah, you should do that. You should do more of that. Yeah. Is this a replacement for the space station? It's one of the potential prospects for a replacement, Trenton. Hopefully. Put a ring around it. Time to make it in KSB2? Huh? The what? Where's that vast road map? Boz, that's my question. Is it Space Cat? Okay. That last one. That last one though. Isn't this Max's company? Is that's Max Howard, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, he's the CEO at Vast. Yeah, baby. That guy is super cool. Max actually, you guys know Mevo cameras? Anybody use those? The remote streaming camera? Yeah. He invented those. Just thought I'd let you know. Yeah, he invented those, and then they got bought by Logitech, and then he used that money to start a spaceflight company. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. That's all I'm saying. They're the ones that just came out with the sleeper, out of sleeper mode with their Haven 1. Yeah. They have the Haven 1 test article. It's, pictures. I can't find it. It's around somewhere. Anyway. What a time to be alive, dude. Actually, you know, like usually I'd look at this and be like, yeah, okay, pal. But Max has pretty damn good experience with bringing products to market, like the cameras, for instance, and then the launcher engine, which got acquired. Yeah, so and now we have a spaceflight. They have a space station module prototype. It looks like the front of this. So I'm just saying that's I would say, you know, talk is cheap as always, but that's likely to happen, you know, given no financial problems. That probably Max delivers, dude. He does a good job. I said it's time to plan a trip to the moon. Yeah. For sure. Good, man. Let's go. But I want Warhammer 40K style spaceships. You want flying churches? I mean, I want the Pillar of Autumn, dude. Not gonna lie. Can we... It looks ambitious, but realistic. Pi, basically what they want to do is work in... Vast wants to do mass production of spaceflight modules. So it's not anything in particularly, like... ambitious but realistic is right. Like that's Vast, if I'm remembering correctly. Like, once again, I could be pulling this out of my tail, and I needed to look at the website as a refresher. But they're looking to just make one type of module. Just make one, and then just make a bunch of those. Beat them with scale, right? That's the Elon strategy, but you know, that works. They have the hardware and the head count. Yep. Last week we held our Vast Q2 2024 all hands meeting. Yep, see? Look, they have a prototype for one of these things already. Pretty killer. There's Max right there. Yeah, man. They have the tools. They have the talent. Like, I wouldn't be counting them out, to be honest with you. When they deorbit the ISS, they should have the WB-57 track it. I agree with you. This video came out right after the Haven 2 announcement. Less renders, more hardware. See? He knows. They know. Hang on, let's see. W, what's that? Oh, nice. You want an Enterprise? Yeah, I don't... Duh. Yeah, LV, you just went through maximum dipantnic pressure. Yeah, it's pressure built up in surfaces. The aerodynamics. New Shepard. Oh! Dude, look at the billet. Speaking of Max Q. Oh, that's money! That's sweet, dude. Yeah, baby. I really appreciate what's being shown right now. Yeah, Pi, you see that? Like, oh, God. Oh, those are the mill marks from a 5-axis mill. Or it could be a 3-axis mill with that design. I don't know. Anodized. Oh, this makes me very happy. So that's anodized. That's anodized billet aluminum, which is very aesthetic. That was a CMG. That was the dude. That's the gyroscope housing. So right there is before they anodized it, and anodizing it gives it this like copper goldish color. Basically, anodizing it is a corrosion preventative measure because aluminum doesn't rust; it oxidizes, and that's bad. It makes aluminum oxide. Fun fact. Yeah, you don't want that on a spacecraft. Yeah, that was a control moment gyro housing, which is pretty cool. Hey, Yuri. Check this out. Is that yours, man? Or the W-57 hasn't got the range to get out to the area where the ISS will be coming down in the Pacific. It could be chem film. Yeah, it looks anodized to me. Can we rewatch the SpaceX launch, Breezy? Bro. Hey, look! Reaction control system thrusters going through radiative heat testing. You see that? That's probably a good thing to test on stuff. Especially if you put a bunch of them together. You know? Like, I heard recently that, you know, clustering a lot of these together in an untested configuration and then firing a lot of them really fast is bad for it. Nah, send it. Yeah, good call. All right, let's go. Nah, fine. Sewing machines. Bags. Cloth. More cloth. Space bed? Wait, you gotta be schmoozing me right now. Hold on. That's a bed. That's a space bed. Nice. Was that Drew Fausto? Let me see. Yes, it was. That's a NASA astronaut. Dude, Vast is cooking. How did we not know? Like, I knew about this, and I followed their prototype coming out, but how did we... Dude, they're freaking cooking, man. This is baller. Yo, that's a space bed, and it looks comfy as frick. Seriously, though, sleeping in space must be the most comfortable thing around, dude. Can you imagine? All your joints decompress. You don't have to worry about bad pillow, stiff neck, nothing. I do. Oh, I want to do that just once. That'd be the best sleep you ever get. Isn't Hilton working on the interiors? Was that vast, dude? Bruh. Oh, that's beautiful, man. I'm just curious. You can read my name, or you remembered that I said Yuri on SNS on the NSF stream. Both ways impressive. Your name is Yuri Karatin. I can read badly, but I can. I got it. It's been a while, but I can read. Rich people would get to smash in 0G. Well, you know, whatever. As long as we eventually get a shot, hopefully not, like, you know, hopefully they clean up. But, you know, it'll be good. That's sick, though, dude. That's really cool. This is a killer video. How did we miss this? Wait, is that tea? Ew. Gross. That's not gross, though. So, Yuri, I was following the Russian space program in pretty good detail up until about February of 2022, and then I stopped. But yeah, dude, I can I'm nowhere near fluent in Russian, but I can read Cyrillic. I know what I can sound it out. I don't know what it means, but I can sound stuff out. Like it's not too bad. Like there's some letters where I'm like, I can't make my mouth make that noise, but space tea might be the only acceptable tea. You're pushing it, Mutter. Brazzers Station 1. I'm sure somebody would pay for that. Dang it, EJ, I am not looking up aerospace engineering degree information at Embry-Riddle. I know people, I knew people that taught there. 12 might still have some context if you're being absolutely serious. Just saying. Reasonable, understandable. I feel it too. But Yuri, to be honest with you, I know, like, you want to know Soviet space history. Like, I mean, I'm sure you do. I know all about it, dude. Like, yeah, I like rockets. I like a lot of rockets. Yeah. Raketa Nositel. For sure. My favorite. Falcon Punch, your PC statuses go. That's good, man. Dude, who knew that Vast was cooking so hard? Buran Energia, the Russian word for snowstorm and energy. Refurb of the OLM has already started, plus first booster 16 section is heading for stacking. Nice. Maybe I need to move from here, maybe get education abroad. I don't know, man. You do what you gotta do, dude. Don't ask me how I know this, but certain companies have planned scenes with stars on Virgin Galactic flights. Oh, and have all been turned down? Yeah. It's been 4 years and 10 days since I was last on. I was going to say, better late than never, homie. But it's good to see you. All right, dudes. But, like, Yuri, I still keep track of, like, you know, we watched Don Pettit launch on that Soyuz. It's a Soyuz 21...
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
I think it's a 21B. Launching MS. Modernized Soyuz. I know what's good, man. 12, yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you. Do you think SpaceX would turn that offer down? No. Was that a Dragon dock there? Yeah, Vast, I guess they must have contracts with SpaceX. Either that or they have a really good 3D modeler. Yeah, look, see the dome piece with the window? Look. Talk is cheap. Show me the hardware. Vast is cooking, man. Holy balls. It's pretty good. Hey, Nova, gifted a sub to Falcon. There you go. Well, Falcon, welcome back, dude. You're always welcome in here, buddy. You know that. Even if you are Canadian. Just saying. I'm just messing with you. Or am I? Actually, you know, I blew my voice out, Falcon. You actually mentioned Canada mentioned. Yeah. Actually reminded me. Everyone was like, after the stream, I had no voice, and everyone's like, "Oh, go have honey." No, son. I got some maple syrup whiskey that I got from one of my mods who's from Canada. Let's get some maple syrup whiskey. That fixed that problem real fast. Also, I think I may have grown some facial hair from it as well. Curses in maple syrup and poutine. Oh, hey, all systems. How you doing there, bud? Hey! It is very good, Aqualex. Yeah, it's tasty. It's tasty stuff. How was it? Dude, I could feel the soothingness of it. Yeah, dude. No, boys came back like within a couple hours, dude. It's pretty good. Dragon will still be in business after the ISS. Yep. Mm-hmm. Next space flight launches. Haven 1, net August 2025. Mother trucker, dude. And Phil, honestly, the state of their flight hardware, the state of all the hardware from this stuff and their mock-ups and whatnot seem to be, yeah, I would say next summer. Yeah. Considering everything here from what I've seen, it's going to take some time to weld this pressure vessel together. But dude, that's frigging impressive. To be honest with you, that's pretty sick, dude. That's pretty sick, Chubbs. Yeah, Spade, something like that, dude. Something like that. Partial to apple cider myself. Yeah, that maple syrup whiskey was pretty rad though. Can you send me some? Be careful what you wish for, my friend. Largest window in space? I think so. Hey guys, do you mind if I excuse me. What the hell? Did that happen? Fake backwards video. Your addiction is something we need to address. No, Spade. No, we do not. I'm good. Just leave me alone. What the fuck? Dude, I still can't believe that happened. Oh, thank you, Hired. Yes. Is it? I'm assuming it's cool that I use some of that. What rocket is Haven riding up on? Frillmer, it's Falcon 9. Falcon 9. Yeah, yep. Why hasn't NASA themselves done this? Nova, are you trying to make my blood pressure go up? Yeah, Neil, can you believe this? Hey, Newtopia, what's going on? I can't get over... Dude, me neither! Like, me neither. I've watched this 1,000 times at this point. How the hell did... How did you do that? How did you do that? How did you do it? I don't get me wrong. I know the physics involved here. I'm not, like, saying it's some crazy ridiculous, like, black magic, but also it's some crazy, ridiculous black magic. How is that even possible? Someone you spoke today who's back home asked me how hard this is to do. Probably made it sound easy. I said it's probably like standing 30 feet from a dartboard and having one dart and hitting the bullseye, right in the center of the bullseye. 30 feet alleviate? I'd say 100 feet. Yeah, 100 feet. Yeah, yeah. Tough, dude. But yeah, that's good enough. Like dead center of the bullseye. Yeah, that drives the point home. Which candidate for a Mars base is more realistic? Arcadia, Planitia, or Valles Marinaris? I would go to the Mariner Valley, Aiden. If it was me, I'd go to the Mariner Valley. You know why? There's more atmosphere there because you're lower. It's the lowest elevation in the entirety of Mars. More atmosphere is in there. More atmosphere. If you could call what Mars has an atmosphere, there's more of it in there. Mariner Valley because the expanse. They caught a 23-story building falling from space at Mach 3. I have no words here, man. They made it look so freaking easy. That's what gets me, I think. They made it look so easy. Like you've been doing this for years. You haven't been doing this for years.
We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can see those chopsticks now in here.
Booster, running current shutdown.
Megadilla had popped the booster.
Did it! Nick the Jamming is dead!
This is absolutely insane. On the first ever attempt, we have successfully caught the Super Heavy booster back at the launch tower.
Do it, 12.
Those chopsticks now in here.
Booster, running current shutdown.
Megadilla had popped the booster.
He did it! It's my favorite part. Show the replay of my reaction. Oh, God. Do I have to?
Ignited. We're now down to 3 Raptor engines. We can
Come on.
see those chopsticks.
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on in. Come on in. Oh, shit! Oh, my goodness! Get ignition here in a second. Note the exact point where my voice just blows out completely. I'm like, holy snap! You know? Oh my goodness! Dude, I couldn't find any more words. My brain, my little little peanut brain couldn't figure out. I'm like, I don't know what to say.
Shit! Oh my goodness!
Get ignition here. Oh my goodness. Pretty funny, man. I haven't seen any WB-57 footage, Mutter, no. Demon Demon, 63 months. Thanks, man. He 100% said coconut. I know this was 100% calculated. Do you think there was a bit of luck? It's always an unknown, Tintoon, but they're confident. They were confident from Flight 4, dude. The first ship catch attempt is going to be legendary. Eric's, I'm with you. It's going to be nuts, dude. It reminds me of... You do caca-poo-poo. Pee-pee. Like... Oh, my goodness. You just become James Brown in that clip? How about do my thing? You moving? Yeah. Grooving? Yeah. Grooving. The body zipper. The body zipper. All aboard the night train. Hey, Mazel. Moving? Yeah. Grooving? Yeah. Moving? Yeah. Sorry, I watched too much Delirious. See, you did. Not everybody's going to get that joke, and people are just going to be like, what the hell is wrong with this dude? But people usually say that anyways. Kind of works out. Really? I don't want to see it, man. I don't want to see it. Yeah, we gotta put the... We'll just change this all to super heavy landing footage, dudes. Is Dr. Zoidberg there? Yes? Why did you not think of doing an impression of me when the booster landed, I tell you? Oh my gosh. What would Dr. Z say? Well, Dr. Z would say that what's going on here is an amazing accomplishment by everybody at SpaceX involved. It is a great day for engineering and science. When we get an IRL stream of a Starship launch? If I do, it'd probably be with NSF done, man. But yeah, we'll see. That was actually really good. Yeah. Dr. Zerbuchen is a person that I look up to very much. I want to tell you that the impression that I do of him is entirely out of respect. Peacock, good KSP player. Right on. I still can't comprehend it. Peacock, we did this in KSP, and it, like, I did it just hopping a booster next to it. Like, I made a Mechazilla, right? And it works, but not like that. Not like that. Sea Kraken, this space news has pretty much been like 3 or 4 hours of me just looking at this over and over again, homie. The arms did shift a little bit. Yeah, this is what I was talking with Lundprod about. It looks like they moved to the left a little bit. It looks like they recentered it. You see them moving right there? I think the booster came in a little bit to the right, and it kind of ended up... I think the chopsticks are designed, or probably coded to center it over the OLM again. I think. Resubmitted? 12, you madman. I recreated the tower in 2. What's 2? That exists? I don't know what that is. There's a sequel? I don't know what you're talking about. KSP 2? No, I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about? That game doesn't exist. Right? No, that's cool. You made a tower in 2. That's actually super impressive. Right? Right? That game doesn't exist. Yeah, I made one and then I just kind of hopped it and tried to grab the booster. Like, that's where I knew, guys, like if this is, actually, you know what? We won't use the water bottle. We'll use my super heavy model. That's how I knew from messing around in KSP, believe it or not, that the booster is going to come in a little bit horizontally. It'd come in like this and not just straight down into the arms. And lo and behold, Kerbal. See? See? Come down a little bit sideways. See what I'm talking about, man? You got fed up with 2 and went straight to 3. You know what, Pi? That's really funny. Most people will not realize why that's so funny, but that's pretty damn funny. What's that high frequency noise? It's some type of pneumatic system venting, dude. I don't know what it is. It sounds like it could be the shock absorbers, you know, but I don't know for sure. They're doing welding on the OLM on the NSF stream live. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Limfrod, you ain't kidding. Guys, stick welding something. Yeah, Havocs, exactly. Yeah, right, Chuck? Can you believe that, dude? Unfreaking believable. That's Booster 16 parts up there, right? Yeah, Booster 16, man. Booster 16, can you believe that? How does the booster stack sit in the OLM? Give me one moment. You guys know I have my Super Heavy and Starship models, but you don't know that I have an OLM model too. So, how does it sit? It sits on 20. This is the Mark 1 design. So, the second one probably isn't going to look like this. It sits on 20 hold down points that also have each one of these has an umbilical on it that connects to the Raptors so they can spin start them. Yeah, and then when the thing goes to launch, they fold up and in. Yeah. See? That. Yes, that. Booster 16, is it V2 or V1? I don't know, Rockets. What do you think? You visited Starbase Live like every other hour for the past 2 days just to check if Booster 12 was still there. Peacock, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I couldn't believe it. I'm just. How did. All right. All right. That's gonna take some time to set in that they actually caught that thing. I've watched it 1,000 times at this point, but I'm just like, And I think I have that onboard shot lying around here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Here it is. Well, it's been fun first stream for me. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, Crazy Train. Yeah, we still got some time. We're going to go play some Satisfactory. I think actually it's the top of the hour. I think we should look more like plasma cutting than stick welding. Yeah, maybe. 1,000 times, Bush League. Oh. You shouldn't be. How is that even possible? Will, your timing sucks. Yeah. Sorry, man. Yuri, I had probably 500 hours in KSP2 when I stopped playing it. I have 15,000 hours in KSP1, man. I played Kerbal on this stream 5 days a week for 8 hours for like 5 years straight. Did you talk about the RFA news? No, it's been mostly this. Now, in the words, you get 500 hours in KSP2. Kelly, I played KSP2 basically from release in February till June, 5 days a week. All right, well. Arsenal, your dad took a job as a supply chain manager for Blue and HSV. Whoa, how do those little arms hold that whole thing? Physics, dude. The tower is full of concrete, Luminous. That's what a lot of people don't know. You see that? You see that part of the tower right there? The 4 posts, they're full of concrete. This thing is, that tower is very heavy. How the snot did this even happen? Grid fins look like they warped. Oh, yeah, Will. I didn't notice that before. That's a good point. See right behind my melon right here? Look, see? Huh. I didn't notice that. They definitely got a little warm. It looks like some of the paint decided to ablate off. Curious question. Those pins it lands on, do they go down the entire body? They're connected to this top part here. The top part, the forward skirt on Super Heavy. They're connected to that right there. See that part? Kiranov, that is an extremely structurally sound part of the vehicle. Multiple reasons. One, it usually has a Starship stacked on top of it. That's not heavy, or that's not light. It's pretty heavy. So that part needs to be super strong. Second part, it has the grid fins attached to it, which also make a ton of drag when the booster's flying back. This is an extremely strong part of Super Heavy. So yeah, no, the pins just connect into this forward skirt, and then the load is distributed down the tanks. Yeah, pretty crazy. Pretty crazy that tiny little freaking pin can hold that whole thing up. What's next for Starship? Flight 6, baby. Wow, it hits the chopsticks harder than you thought. Yeah, you do. Yeah, no, this, I didn't really notice it. Yeah, it definitely comes down a little bit hard. Is your head more of a watermelon or a cantaloupe? An eggplant. You're an eggplant. You're a cantaloupe. Flight 6 in 2 weeks. That's what I like to hear, Peacock. I said Flight 6 is in November. I said it's in November. I said it, and I'm not taking it back. You know why? I said Flight 5 was in October, and everybody looked at me like I was nuts. All right? So guess what? Now I'm the one that's laughing, okay? November. Calling it now. You heard it here first. You're crazy. Yes. Welcome to my nightmare. You can be both things. Shh, don't tell them that. You're ruining my joke. Yeah, that thing really does come in with some force, huh? What day in November? 11th. How big are those pins? 15 centimeter, Ivan? Maybe. Bold prediction. It's probably not the 11th. I just wanted to say it. Yeah, that's small. Dude, yeah, dude, this big. This big. Maybe the size of a grapefruit. Crazy, right? Can we go with November 10th? It's the Marine Corps' birthday. Sure. Your birthday is November 14th. Okay, there you go. Would SpaceX repeat the same flight plan for IFT-6? Yes, Marcon. They have permission from the FAA to do an exact copy of Flight 5. They already have the launch license for 6. The launch license was for 5 and 6 from the FAA. It was blanket certification. As long as they do the exact same thing, you're good to go. That's why I think they're going to fly sooner rather than later. Now, you got to think about this, dude. They got to get rid of all the other like Block 1 Starships that they have, because they have Ship 32, right? So what are they going to do with 31? You got to do something with it. You have another booster waiting in the wings, ready to go, right? Might as well. You got a blanket launch from the FAA. What, are you not going to learn something from flying it? Send it. Let's go. Serious. I think we will see another launch. I was about to say before the end of the year, but I think we'll see a launch in November. Yeah. I said the 11th just because 11/11, but realistically, I'd guess the 3rd week of November, 4th week of November, which would really suck because I'm on vacation that week. But then again, I streamed the James Webb launch from my in-laws' house on a laptop in the middle of the night. So, because it was during Christmas, man. That was pretty funny. It worked. How much propellant do they produce on site? 0. Now the 5th of November, dude, Tessa, if 5th of November, ultimate firework. I would not want to launch my rocket on that day just for that reason. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't know if you do this already, but if you tilt your head so you see the booster going straight up, you see the video in a completely different way. Are you screwing with me, Spade? Fair point. I was thinking SpaceX tries to do something novel each launch, but given the upcoming hardware, it makes to just repeat IFT5. Yeah, exactly. The next flight where we're probably going to see something nutso happen is probably Flight 7 with the newer version of Starship. It makes sense. Yeah, I got you. I know what you were saying. Hey, Natch, what's going on? Flight 6 is basically the same thing. Hope Starship survives? Yeah, pretty much, dude. They said they'd do it before the holidays. Yeah, put an Optimus in the cargo bay. Yeah, baby. Will the next version have Raptor 3? Yeah, maybe, Ivan. Not the next Starship to launch, but yeah. Anybody hear about the Corvette C8 ZR1 top speed of 233 miles an hour? No, but that's pretty rad. What's newer Starship in Flight 7? They redid the fins on the front of Starship, Don Man, and the tiles are already upgraded. That burn through that they had on Flight 4 and Flight 5, that's already solved. It was already solved before Flight 5 even flew. The craziest launch is going to be when they catch the booster, both the booster and Starship next to each other on the 2 towers. I agree. I'm telling you, man, I've been saying this for years. When SpaceX brings a Super Heavy and a Starship back, and they're sitting next to each other after they launch, that's when I'll be like, okay, I think I can let go of my love for the shuttle at that point. And then restack them. Yeah, there you go. Kind of wish that Flight 6 would launch earlier in the day so that Starship could have a possible daytime sunset splashdown. Yep. You going to Mars then? Yeah, maybe. Don't let the shuttle love go away. I'll always love the space shuttle, but I think there's no superior launch vehicle, to be honest with you, Ivan. That's going to piss a lot of people off. I think the shuttle's great. People say it's too expensive. I say you're crazy. Too expensive? 400 million for 25 tons and 7 people into space? That's a pretty damn good price for the capability that you have, and you have 12-ton down mass capability. What rocket can do that for that price point? Spoiler alert, none of them can. And then relaunch in a couple of hours. Exactly, Yuri. Yep. You got it, man. Nothing is cool than a cargo plane strapped to a friggin' rocket. I agree. How much? 400 million. At the end of the shuttle program, Natch, a shuttle stack probably costs about 400 million. But you get your boosters back, refurbishable. You get your upper stage engines back. You can get 12 tons of down mass back down. You get 25-ton up mass, and you can launch 7 people into space. What rocket is even close to that capability? Nothing. Falcon 9 comes kind of close on price point. Actually, Falcon 9, I think, Now that they can reuse these things. They've gotten the price down enough to where it's equal in capability. But even that, to just equate to what one shuttle launch can put into space, you'd need to launch like 4 Falcon 9s. Just saying. And even then, you don't have the on-orbit capability, like, oh, I don't know, satellite servicing. I'm telling you, dude, the shuttle was beast mode. That was one of the gnarliest launch vehicles ever designed. It was a privilege seeing that fly into space every time it did. Yeah, Venture Star. I said rockets that fly, Aqualex, but also shameless plug for Venture Star. I get what you're saying. What do you think NASA would change if they started making the shuttle work again? Checkered, people think I'm freaking weird for this. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with the shuttle's design. I think the shuttle program failed from a management standpoint, from a programmatic standpoint. I think the design is pretty damn sound, if you ask me. How else would you do that, other than building something ridiculous like Starship? That design is so well thought out, it's unreal that it existed. It's unreal that it works. Unbelievable. But Energia Buran, yeah, exactly. I want the copied version. Yeah, no. Could the shuttle be turned into a Falcon 9 and land? I don't think so, no. Catch the SRBs on the mobile launcher. MW, wouldn't that be something? But you don't need to do that. The SRBs can just parachute down and land. No, Karen, no, but that's still cool. All right, guys. Hey, I'm kind of getting a little bit of a headache. Do you guys mind if we take the rest of the night off? I pull the muscle in my back, and every time I turn my head, it feels like someone's stabbing me. I'm probably going to go lie down on the heating pad for a little bit. Fly back boosters. Aqualex, I'm okay with just fishing the boosters out. That's fine with me. What's wrong with that? It'd be nice to have SRB refurbishment and repacking on site. That would be pretty cool, but yeah. Have you seen Destin Smart Every Day talk about the Artemis guy? Yeah, Case. I've seen that video. I agree with Destin. I've agreed. I've been saying that for a long time. Destin just is way smarter than me and knows how to talk to people. Anyway. Do a sleep stream. No. I don't roll like that, Spade. I don't roll like that, dude. Not that way. No. Let's raid Italics, dude. Ital's my boy. Let's go see what he's up to. Yeah. I wanted to play more Satisfactory, but dude, I tweaked my neck and it really hurts. So that's going to do it for Space News. This concludes our broadcast day. Let me find the video. Bring back the shuttle. Yeah, now we're talking. It could be done, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. All right, let's go see what Etal's up to. If you're on the YouTube stream, I'll see you guys later. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. We've got more Satisfactory. Satisfactory and then Space News tomorrow. Space News probably won't be as hype or as long as it was today. But yeah, we got more Satisfactory. We're going to figure out more stuff with the Pillar of Autumn build. And yeah, we will go from there. Let's dial in the raid for Italics. If you're on the YouTube side, I'll see you later. Twitch side, let's go raid Italics. But this concludes our broadcast day. I will see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.